might not be able to be here today and would like to be part of this conversation. So we encourage you to do that. So in terms of just the plan for this morning, we have 2 sessions for the morning session. So we'll have the first session, what we're calling session 4 on the program. This will be on strengthening arbitral independence in African construction. We'll take a quick coffee break, and then we'll have one more session that will take us to lunch. So that's pretty much how it looks like. The idea is that we've tried to allow a bit of space. We realize there's a lot of interest in engagements and networks and just getting to meet different players, and so we'd like to offer you that opportunity. Excellent. Without much ado, I'd like us to get going on our first session. Like I did mention, this is on strengthening arbitral independence in African construction. The session will be chaired by Mr. John Ohaga, who's a senior partner at Triple OK Law, LLP in Kenya. Round of applause as John comes on stage. I would also like to welcome John's panel to join us, Mr. Thomas King, Ms. Aisha Abdallah, Mr. Terry Brown, Jacqueline Waihenya, and Olashupo Shah Sore to join us for this session. Yes. Wherever you're comfortable. I think you have enough mics.
Well, Aisha, do you want to balance Mark? After all, we're going to be speaking about balance. Well, good morning, everybody. Morning, colleagues, fellow practitioners. Welcome to day 2 of the Africa Construction Law Conference. So, we will be speaking this morning about a topic that's very delicate within the context of arbitration and specifically construction law. And that really is a question: when should courts step in and when should they stay back? As you know, judicial intervention can be double-edged. And so the panel will be discussing when it is appropriate, when it isn't appropriate, when is intervention positive and when is it negative, and how does national legislation through our various jurisdictions dictate, essentially, when judicial intervention is acceptable. I've got a group of experts here. I think they've already been introduced. Terry to my right, Aisha Abdallah, Thomas King, and Mark Modi, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Welcome, each one of you. And I want to start with you, Aisha. Do you care to try and define what you think would be legitimate forms of judicial intervention, specifically in construction arbitration?
Thank you, John. I think when we say the word intervention, there might be an unspoken assumption that intervention is somehow unhealthy and must be rigorously controlled. But actually, if we go back to the starting point of the New York Convention, we wouldn't be able to recognize and enforce awards without the support of the court. We wouldn't be able to support the arbitral process itself without some key interventions being made by the court. So judicial intervention is necessary. It is built into the New York Convention. It is built into the ancestral model laws, which many of our countries follow. So there is such a thing as court intervention. It is appropriate, it is in aid, and it is necessary. I think there may be a concern that in some situations the court may be tempted to go beyond those parameters. But if you think about it, challenges to appointments, you have to go to court to resolve these issues around jurisdiction, stay of proceedings to refer parties to court. All of these are very appropriate methods of court intervention. The ability of a court to uphold an award and to allow it to be enforced. Also the ability of the court to step in because of grave injustice to essentially make sure that the arbitral process is not abused by a claimant or by a winning party. These are all very necessary. So I think we just have to be cautious when we are discussing this topic, not to start off with a view that somehow intervention is unhealthy. All of us will need the support of an active supervisory court to ensure that the arbitral process is efficient and that it meets its objectives. So I'll stop there.
Well, that's all very well, but Terry, let me ask you this. Are there instances when you think support becomes interference?
You know, I think one of the key issues when you're looking at what involvement the courts have in the process is to go back and look and I don't need what the original process of arbitration should have been. So if arbitration was a second-hand car and you were walking to the dealership and the dealership was going to tell you all the best benefits of the process were, it was supposed to be much quicker than conventional litigation. It was supposed to be much cheaper than conventional litigation. You were supposed to have specialists in the field that you were arbitrating that could hear the matter. So when you're thinking of the courts getting involved in a positive or negative way, the court should really be there to try and promote and to ensure that the process can affect that original sort of mandate that it has from the outset. So if you look at when the courts do get involved, obviously arbitration is a creature of contract. So if you have an arbitration agreement, that agreement then is what gives the court the jurisdiction to then step into the process. We know that an arbitration agreement can be anything from one single line in a contract. You can have a 500-page contract that has one line at the bottom that says all disputes between the parties shall be settled by means of arbitration, and that would constitute an arbitration agreement, and therefore you're subject to court intervention. So at the outset of the process, there are often times when the courts may need to get involved where parties say, well, no, there's not an arbitration agreement in place. We don't agree that there's an arbitration agreement in place. We don't have to arbitrate. That's a very positive way that the courts can get involved. But there's a converse to that as well, where sometimes the courts would look at it and say, well, no, courts are overwhelmed. They'd prefer to get the parties to arbitrate, and they might overreach and say, well, yes, actually that was an agreement to arbitrate, when in actual fact, it's questionable where it is. So they might almost, and it happens quite a bit, you'll see in South Africa, that parties kind of get forced into arbitration, and particularly parties that are less familiar with the process get forced into an arbitration by the court and left in a position where they're a little bit on the back foot. And then other processes at the beginning of the arbitration. So there's things that have to be resolved. For example, the place of the arbitration, the language of the arbitration. All of these things have to be resolved. Obviously, first prize is that if you have an arbitration agreement in a contract, that the arbitration agreement should be complete and should address all of these things. You should know the place of arbitration. You should even have an appointing board appointed, if not an actual arbitrator that's named in the contract. Again, if you don't have those things, the only recourse that you do have is to go to the court, and then you have to rely on the good faith of the court that they're going to act in the right way in trying to address those things. One of the things that you do find is that a lot of judges, and this is very much an issue in South Africa, is that a lot of judges aren't familiar with the arbitration process, that there is a lack of knowledge and a lack of understanding of the process. And so what happens is when parties do come to them and approach them with these things, and they say, oh, we don't have this thing, just to get the process started, they don't really have that in-depth knowledge that's required to ensure that they give the right guidance in the process. And then I think one of the key issues where they overstep the mark is obviously during the arbitration process. And I think people sometimes will get are surprised by the scope of interference that the courts can have during the process. So if you're on the front foot in an arbitration, you know, your counsel has given a good line of questioning, you feel your side is in a winning position, and suddenly the other side come up and they say, oh, you know what, Mr. Arbitrator, we don't agree with you on that point, and this is a point of law, and therefore what we want to do is we're going to stop the arbitration process and we want to take this to the court and we want to ask the court to intervene and to give us some guidance on a point of law. In those situations, it's very difficult for the courts sometimes get placed in a difficult position because you're trying to get the arbitration process going, but the party has the right to refer a point of law during the process to arbitration. So how do the courts get involved? You know, sometimes the right way is just to say, put it back to the arbitrator. The courts will say, yes, the arbitrator has the jurisdiction to make that decision and move forward. Sometimes the court feel because something has been referred to them, they have to give some form of decision. And again, if they don't have the right experience in the arbitration process, those decisions are very often not the right decision, and it's not the decision that helps the process move forward. But when you're looking at negative aspects, I think the most concerning comes at the end of the process. Yeah, one of the things I left out of the salesman's pitch for arbitration was obviously that the award is designed to be a final award. It's a final binding award. It's not like an adjudication award, which is interim binding. When you go to arbitration, you're supposed to get an award, and this is the end of your process. You don't then go to court and re-argue it in court. In South Africa, for example, under the Arbitration Act, there is no appeal process available for arbitration. So the only thing that you have available to you is a review. And the review is very narrow, and I think my colleague is going to speak a little bit further on that later. But when the courts are approached with these review applications, you get an arbitration award. The courts are approached with a review application. It's very difficult for them to turn down the application for review, so that the matter ends up in the court for review. It obviously gets opposed, and the responding party will oppose it. They're obviously chasing to get the award enforced. It ends up in the court, and this is unfortunately one of the biggest problems that we have, is then rather than be an arbitration process, the arbitration process is then turned into a high court matter, and the high court matter can go on for 2, sometimes 3 years before you get a resolution to it. Just on that, just to touch on a recent example that I did an arbitration. We started in November 23. Got the arbitrator appointed. We got the award in May 24. And it was quite a large-scale arbitration. Pleadings ran into the 500 pages of pleadings, thousands of documents put into arbitration, 2 weeks of hearing, 4 expert witnesses, 180-page expert arbitral award. So by all means, that should have been the end of the process. It was sent to review a week after the award was given, and we have a date in October 2025 for the matter to be heard and review. It's very likely going to be delayed, and very likely it's not going to be until middle of 2026 that the review gets heard. So imagine that actually took us 7 months from appointing the arbitrator to get the award is going to now turn into a 3-year process. And I think that's one of the key issues that needs resolution.
Yeah, that's a common refrain we hear from many jurisdictions. So Tom, I'd like to ask you then, you know, when does, or let me rephrase, should we be worried about overreach or under-involvement by the courts? Which is the lesser evil?
Well, I think on that issue, I mean, we'll delve into, I think, some of the examples of where we've seen judicial intervention, using some of the examples, I think, from the respective jurisdictions we all practice in. But certainly in terms of my experience, it's almost less a question of whether the courts intervene too much or too little, and more of a question of, well, how are the parties that request the court's intervention? Because remember, you don't get to court unless you ask the question. It's really about, well, are the parameters around how you go into court properly defined? Is there the right guidance in place? Are parties adequately encouraged or discouraged from bringing unmeritorious claims. I mean, we've seen, and Terry's mentioned a couple of examples, and I think he's got a few more, speaking with him yesterday, that you see a preponderance of frivolous applications, particularly when it comes to set-aside and review type applications. And I've got some statistics to share from the English Commercial Court, which I'll bring in a bit later, which also illustrates that point. It's not a uniquely African or South African problem. So I think from my side, at least, and we'll get into the debate, I'm sure, a bit more, but I'm less concerned about the extent of overreach or intervention, and I'm more concerned about, well, how actually do we get to that nub of the issue, which is guiding parties and enabling them to actually understand, is this something I should be bringing before this court for a decision or for an intervention at all?
Okay, that's an interesting perspective. And I suppose parties take their guidance from legislation. And Mark, you've got the most recent legislation, I think, from Nigeria.
Yes,
Have you taken that into consideration at all? Is there guidance as to what the limits are in terms of court intervention? And how does this impact your construction law practice?
Well, I think there may be other Nigerian counsel in the room that don't agree with me, but I think the concept of judicial intervention is pretty much settled in Nigeria. We've had 2 statutes back to back that recognizes Article 5 of the ancestral model law, which basically circumscribes when courts can intervene. And essentially we follow the same list that Aisha mentioned earlier. So it's pretty much settled. And the general trend of Nigerian courts has been, both before the AMA and the ACA, is to give the parties' intentions full remit. So it recognizes party autonomy mostly. And I'm not saying it's always happened 100% of the time. Occasionally you find there's a bit of an aberration, but I think Nigerian law is pretty settled on the point since, what you call this case, the MV Lupex case, that courts will only intervene in certain circumstances delineated by the statute. I just thought also to say something about Terry's response. There's another angle to it where, and the question I believe was, when does support become interference? My simple answer to that question will be, once a court is beginning to dabble into the substantive issues behind the arbitration, then that is intervention, clearly. Where the court allows itself to be used by one of the parties, almost in the same way you are describing, to relitigate the issues that have already been arbitrated over, then at that point it clearly becomes interference. So that's the way I'd like to supplement that response. Thanks.
Thanks for that, Mark. When we look at the different legislations across the African continent, specifically South Africa, Kenya, Nigeria, they all follow the ancestral model, really. But you know that the English Act has departed from ancestral model substantively. And Mark, you've got some comments on the recent amendments to the Act. Do they reflect what should be international best practice, or is ancestral still the gold standard?
Was that aimed at Mark, or is that?
Well, Tom, sorry, that's for you, Tom. I beg your pardon, yes.
Well, I think just taking a bit of a step back, because when you talk about the use of the ancestral model law within African jurisdictions, that's, I think, largely the case. But South Africa is maybe because there are 2 pieces of legislation in South Africa which regulate arbitration. There's the Domestic Arbitration Act of 1965 and the International Arbitration Act of 2017. The latter, of course, is based on the ancestral model law because it applies to international commercial arbitration. And Terry's touched a bit on some of the powers that the court has in relation to arbitral intervention there. But if you look at the Domestic Act, for example, and I'll bring this back to how the English Act might kind of come in as an example of how things might change, but the Domestic Act has quite wide and sweeping powers. Everything from pre, post, and during arbitration. The court also has the power to set aside arbitration agreements. It has the power to waive a time bar, which would otherwise act to preclude a party from going to arbitration. You know, in construction contracts and FIDIC and that sort of thing, we often see tiered dispute resolution, and if you don't do certain things within certain periods of time, you're precluded from going to arbitration. The South African court has the ability to waive that time bar if you can show undue hardship. So you have this kind of curiosity that within the Domestic Act, within South Africa anyway, that there are these wide sweeping powers, but actually the tests for the intervention are quite high. So you've actually kind of encouraging people to come, but then telling them to go away. So, and I think that's probably where the International Act is a bit better, because it is based on the UNCITRAL model law. For example, when you're talking about the use of interim powers or interim measures by a court, the Domestic Act just preserves that right completely, whereas the model law, as you know, says that, well, the court can only use those if the tribunal is not appointed, or if it's not competent, or if it's an urgent matter. So you've instantly got this slight check and balance on what the court can do in relation to those interim measures. So I think that reflects a greater restriction on the operation of the court's powers, which the Domestic Act in South Africa probably doesn't have. But the English Act, for example, has now recently kind of codified a bit more and provided a bit more certainty around things like setting aside and review applications. So, I mean, maybe I'll allow other people to come in about that issue, and then maybe we can come back to me to talk about kind of how the English Act has changed some of those things and what lessons we might learn.
Brilliant. That's good. Aisha, you know, what I hear across the board is almost an inconsistent approach by the courts in terms of their construction of the arbitration legislation, as well as the application of the law. When they can interfere, when they have to stay back. In your view and in your experience from Kenya and internationally, how do you think that affects trust in the arbitral process?
I think in Kenya we thought we understood our Arbitration Act and its scope until we got the new decision of the Supreme Court, which seemed to just open this doorway for appeals against set-aside or recognition. So before then, we all knew that a decision by the High Court on recognition or set-aside was final. Whether you liked it or not, that was the end of the process. You'd agree to arbitrate, and that was one of the consequences. And you two then opened this door to say that in exceptional cases, you could actually seek leave to appeal to the Court of Appeal on such a decision. Now, the problem is that in Kenya, we all think our cases are exceptional. So even though this was supposed to be a very limited doorway, we've essentially just bulldozed it. It's a huge archway, and we're all like making these applications for leave. And it's very discouraging because it does what I think, Terry, you were saying. So we're now arbitrating and then litigating and then potentially sometimes being sent back. And nobody knows, like with U2, you had a situation where the award was set aside by the High Court. And then the winning party sought leave to appeal the set aside. Now, I've always asked myself, like, what happens? Because the parties fulfilled their contractual obligation to arbitrate. They went all the way up to the Supreme Court, and they were told, oh, there's a possibility to reopen the decision. So what? So now they have to arbitrate again. Now, if I'm the losing, you know, if I successfully set aside the award and you try to tell me this is an endless obligation to arbitrate, I would say, no, I don't think so. I agree to arbitrate once. Otherwise, I don't think that there's a benefit. So for me, one of the challenges in Kenya is I think that there's a big disconnect between the way the Court of Appeal is interpreting the Arbitration Act and our Supreme Court. And in fact, you can almost guarantee that whatever decision the Court of Appeal will make is likely to be overturned by the Supreme Court for their own reasons. So this is very unhelpful as a practitioner. And we now have a stream of cases following something called Biatosha, where basically you are able to introduce constitutional arguments to get around arbitration agreements. And this, unfortunately, is becoming increasingly common. So you have a commercial relationship, you have an arbitration agreement, and then all you do is you say, you know what, like I'm going to lose on the commercial merits, so I'm going to find this fundamental breach. And the problem is when you argue the point of whether it's constitutional, you don't do it before the High Court Commercial Division. You do it before the Constitutional Bench. And these are judges, many of whom are recently appointed. They are not commercial practitioners. They are not familiar necessarily with finance and commercial documents and the scope of arbitration agreements. And they could be fooled. And even if they make a decision on whether or not something amounts to a constitutional breach, remember, as a matter of right, that issue, whether or not it's constitutional, it is appealable all the way to the Supreme Court. So we have some judges who've been quite robust about saying this is clearly a commercial issue. We can send the entire dispute to the commercial division and they can deal with whether or not this should be stayed and sent to arbitration. I don't have to make the decision as a constitutional judge, but many judges they don't feel able to be robust, and especially if you're newly appointed, you would tend to be quite cautious. You don't want to have a lot of your rulings and decisions appealed. So I think this is unfortunately a mess. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's a very bleak note, Aisha. Mark, any experience with that from Nigeria in terms of trust in the arbitral process?
Yeah, I think the bulk of the cases, as we've seen, as I've mentioned before, the trajectory seems to be toward, building greater trust in the arbitral process. However, it's not just like Kenya, everything isn't honky-dory. First of all, you have occasionally decisions that go against the grain. But I think the most significant issue, if you ask me, with the Nigerian system is the length of time it takes to deliver an enforceable award. So when you get, typically when you get an award, you must go to court to enforce it. Now, depending on how inventive, deviously innovative the other side can be, you can be involved in that process for another 10 years. We're chatting before proceedings began this morning, and I was talking about a case called NMPC and Luton, where an interim award was handed down in 1993, which went through the system all the way to the Supreme Court, and it got there in 2006, only for the Supreme Court to say, well, the decision of the arbitrator was right, go back. Meanwhile, nothing had happened. So that's the trouble that we tend to find in Nigeria. Another angle of attack that has been occurring recently are anti-suit injunctions, where Nigerian courts have been inclined towards injuncting foreign arbitrations against state entities, particularly in the energy sector. So you've had a few of those. Though happily, there's a decision from the Court of Appeal that seems to say that, look, this isn't right. You cannot injunct or restrain, arbitral proceedings against the state entity when it's an international award. So that's the prognosis in Nigeria. I think the general trend is a healthy one, but time and the specter of anti-suit injunctions is something we need to, seriously look at. Thanks.
Well, sounds a little better. But Terry, listen, the thing is, courts don't invite themselves into these processes. A judge doesn't suddenly show up and say, hey, I'm here and I want to listen to this matter. Parties advised by their legal representatives, invite the courts in, right? So what I want to ask you is, what do you see as the role of legal practitioners? And maybe this is an unfair question for you. What do you see as the role of legal practitioners in triggering or preventing court involvement in matters that arise from arbitration?
That's actually a great question, John. I was hoping you would ask me that one. So I hope there's no, I don't know how many lawyers or solicitors or barristers or they are in the room, but to me this is where, and I would say it's up to 85% of the problem with arbitration stems from. Because being a process that's a creature of contract, parties are appointed, the parties are free to select how they want the process to go. I mean, you have a range of rules that you can use. Even when you get the rules, you can change the rules to what suits the parties. And the process itself, the appointment of the arbitrator, all of these things are in the hands of the parties. So when you have the ability for two parties to go out and design effectively their own dispute resolution mechanism, and you've got two legal teams that are there and they say, okay, we're going to have a fair fight. This is what we're going to do. We're going to use these rules. We're going to appoint this arbitrator, and off we go. And they start off with the best of good faith, and when I've represented parties, you're always very cordial with the other side on day one. It's all smiles, and in your first coffee break, everybody's shaking hands, and hi, how are you doing? And by day 4, when it's not going the other party's way, things start to change, and this is where you start to have issues. The arbitrator makes a comment or says something during the arbitration. What is very common in South Africa, for example, is that you'll find that particularly senior counsel that are leading arbitrations will suddenly start to insert certain things into the arbitral process. So they will say to the arbitrator, oh, we think that you didn't treat us fairly on that question. The question that the claimant asked you, you treated it slightly differently, and therefore we think that this is slightly a bit of bias, and we want that put on record. And the arbitrator will obviously say, well, you have to put on record if you want it. But what they start doing very early in the process is start building grounds for review and building grounds to challenge awards. And this is an epidemic in South Africa. So the behavior of the legal representatives and the advice that they give is absolutely paramount. And this is what really is certainly, the thing is, it's not just in Africa, so it's not just arbitrations that I've done in Africa. You find the exact same thing that's happening in the UK, the same thing happening in the Middle East. So when, for example, when it gets to the end of the process, and you get an award, and you look at the award, and it's a well-reasoned award, you know that the arbitrator is an ethical guy. He's qualified to do it. He's given you a 200-page award. He's reasoned the award. He's gone through all the evidence. So for it to go to review, and as you're 100% correct, the decision to go to review is not the court's decision to go to review. It's an advocate who's telling a solicitor or an attorney that's going to the client and saying, oh, this is a complete lot of nonsense. We'll beat this on review any day, knowing full well that they're not going to beat it on review. So unfortunately, it has become a situation where our attorneys, barristers, advocates, solicitors are actively involved in frustrating the arbitration process when it suits their position. And it's a practice that's you could say to in a certain extent is out of control at the moment. And it probably has more of an issue, and it's negatively affecting the process more than the judicial interference. And you're 100% correct in what you say, is we have the judicial interference because these guys are dragging the matters before a judge. And very often when the judge gets it, the judge feels that he has to get involved. He feels that he has to interfere, he has to insert himself in the process because he's being asked to do that. But he's only doing it because he's been asked to do it. So I think behavior across the board, really, when it comes to party representatives, needs to be front and sort of foremost in discussions that are going forward in international arbitration. Because without that, and without the legal representatives having that unwavering thing that they're going to act ethically and that they're going to treat the process the way it should be, it's going to be a problem consistently.
Well, Tom, I see this as a direct attack on you. Do you want to tell us whether you think ethical standards or professional standards should be engaged when lawyers are advising clients on appeals or set asides and so on and so forth?
Thank you, Mark. I think I'm going to give a lawyer's answer, so this is probably going to stir the debate even more. But I think when you take a step back, you ask yourself, well, what's the lawyer's role in advancing its client's best interest? And when Terry just talked a bit about lawyers pushing those boundaries perhaps too much, but you have to kind of ask yourself, well, how does the law develop? The law develops because you get those sorts of arguments going before the court and they tell it's a load of nonsense, go away. Or the court will say, well, actually, okay, good point, let's develop the common law around that issue. And what you've seen over the last few years, and I think continuing now with quite some momentum, is this trend of countries, states updating their arbitration laws, partly in consequence of those sorts of challenges, because now they've seen what's come through the wash and they can update the legislation to cater for the things that actually are happening and are being dealt with. So I think that it's not always the case that all challenges are bad. You have to have the bad ones in order to show what's bad. But it's clear that there are too many unmeritorious claims. I mean, I think in the last couple of years in South Africa, Terry may correct me if I'm wrong, but certainly the only case I'm aware of is the Neo Tando case, where there was a set-aside on the basis of procedural irregularity. The stats from the Commercial Court in the UK, I mentioned this isn't just a uniquely African thing, the Commercial Court stats from last year show that there was only one successful jurisdictional challenge and 0 procedural irregularity successful challenges, despite there being an increase overall in challenges. So there's clearly a lot of traffic going through the court systems which, at least the judges feel, shouldn't be there. And I've seen that in person too. But I think the question I think you asked is, well, should lawyers take a look at themselves and advise their clients a bit better using their professional standards of ethics? And I think really what that comes down to is just proper advice, because I've certainly had it where we've been on the wrong end of an arbitration award, and as your disgruntled client, there will be many practitioners in the room in the same position. They don't want to take that lying down. If you lose, the next question is, well, how do I overturn this? And there it's incumbent on the lawyer to say, well, you've got actually statistically a very, very low chance of having this overturned if you take it into a set-aside application. These are the tests that the court applies, and this is the one case in the last 5 years where they upheld one. So it's about being brave, about properly advising your client, fully aware of those risks, and trying to resist that urge, which I'm afraid is kind of inherent within all of us, to just say yes to the person who is paying your fees. So I think you do have to take that step back, and you do have to try and exert that objectivity and present the client with the best possible information to make that decision. And I think with those sorts of practices, you will see the unmeritorious claims being weeded out more often than not.
Mark, I'm going to ask you the same question. Do you think legal advisors have a responsibility to protect the integrity of arbitration?
Yeah, absolutely. We do have a responsibility to protect the arbitration institution or the arbitral process, because ultimately, I mean, looking at it from a purely selfish point of view, the certainty within the system, in a manner of speaking, guarantees you revenue. It's as simple as that, as far as I'm concerned. So I'd say it's necessary. I would also say, in addition to Tom's point, that it's maybe better, I mean, in addition to what you've said, it's maybe safer for counsel involved to warn, not post the award, but before we get into the weeds, of the arbitration. Guys, if we don't win, there's a clear and present danger that you may not be able to overturn it upstairs, because there are specific tests, and provided the arbitrators, they may make an error, but provided they stick within the basic rules, then the award is basically immutable. So upfront, let's all know what we're getting into. Don't let your ego, don't go on an ego trip, post the award, oh, it didn't go my way, I'm going to fight it. No, and it's important for us to educate the clients up front so that they understand what they're involved in, so that they can be more willing to accept an adverse ruling when those come along, except where clearly the facts put them within the usual rules that will allow for a set aside. Yeah, one more thing I wanted to say. I mean, this may sound draconian, but I think there's an obligation on us, on the basis of good conscience as lawyers, to say to our clients, I won't push this. And I think if we all took that line and held the line, then perhaps we would reduce the traffic of set-asides going upstairs.
Just pay the $3 million. Aisha, let me ask you this, because you've been very critical about the manner in which, for instance, the Kenya Supreme Court has intervened or interpreted matters that come before it, which have a background in which the parties agreed to go to arbitration. Now, how much control do you think that parties have over court access, maybe through drafting, or perhaps through the role of institutions in managing expectations, especially because I know that you sit on the board of the Nairobi Center for International Arbitration. Is there any way in which parties can, through drafting, sort of try and limit or insulate court interference?
I mean, the answer is yes. There are many mechanisms. So the first is that you should try and have a decently drafted dispute resolution clause. I've recently seen one which is in a standard form contract for a new client that says if there's a dispute, we have to seek amicable resolution. And then it says, it doesn't say how or how long. Then it says, if that doesn't work, the parties must arbitrate. Then it says, if that doesn't work, the parties must litigate. This is the client's own standard form contract. I have no idea what it means. I think it means we're litigating for a long time. But anyway, so I think good drafting, choosing to have your dispute administered by a reputable center, check the rules. Most of us, like Nairobi Center, we updated our rules after COVID or during COVID to really try and make the process more efficient, incorporate technology, have virtual hearings, and essentially give you some of the benefits Terry mentioned are supposedly available from arbitration. So I think if you choose a good center and rules, and if they administer, they tend to keep an eye out, even if their rules are not as robust as ICC. I do know from my experience with Hong Kong Center in Nairobi, they are very concerned that awards that are administered by them aren't essentially subsequently set aside for good reasons. So I think they're helpful. They usually have rules about challenges to appointments or how to deal with allegations of bias. And so under the rules, you may be able to resolve these disputes without having to rush to your high court. Having said that, I think there is a limit. So, I mean, something could be happening. I had a case where the client was Japanese and arbitration had to take place in Tokyo. But throughout the life of the arbitration, 2 to 3 years, we were also defending multiple attempts in Kenya to injunct the Japanese process, to remove the arbitral tribunal, to do all sorts of things. When we came back with an award, you know, the lawyers on the other side, they were not paying any attention to the Arbitration Act. So, for example, in Kenya, you can't apply to review an award. You can only object to enforcement. And you can't set it aside in Kenya because it's not the seat. But essentially, they apply to review. Then we successfully explained to the judge, you don't have the power to review. So the judge dismissed the review application, and then they appealed. And we said, you can't appeal, because the whole point is that decisions on recognition are supposed to be final generally, except for you two. So I think yes, there's much that can be done through decent rules and using a center and good drafting, but I think we have to accept that an inventive and well-motivated opponent can still really, really mess you up. And one thing I would say, I think people here have been talking about ultimately, you have to tell your client you won't succeed in setting aside or objecting. But I think many opponents are not interested in the merits. They do understand that there is a commercial advantage by delay. Delay in itself creates negotiating power. So if you know you're going to win, but you essentially, it's just going to take you like 7 years or more to essentially recover, I think there's a real commercial decision there to be made about foregoing some of your claim in exchange for essentially an early settlement. And I think when we talk about, as lawyers, we have to advise properly on merits and options, I think we're not thinking as the business people our clients are. Our clients are thinking there's a value to delay. You can actually quantify the time value of money. And so I think if you're a client, even if you have a good claim, there's a reason to potentially consider amicable resolution regardless of your contract. But also as an opponent, even if you're going to lose, you can still improve your negotiating position by delay. And I think unless we understand that, I don't think the drafting itself is sufficient to overcome the hurdles we're talking about.
Terry, do you agree? Do you think that there is anything that the parties can do through the drafting process or pre the arbitration process to limit court intervention?
I think one of the things that Aisha says is that lawyers can be very creative. So it doesn't matter what you put in the rules. I think one thing that you find, particularly on construction contracts, is that when people start with the contract, nobody wants to talk about disputes. So you talk about the contract, everybody's in, you're best of friends, it's all going to work out, it's all going to be great, there's not going to be disputes. And very often people really overlook it because it's almost like a negative thing and people don't want to see, at the beginning of the contract we're already talking about disputes and that. So you find that people don't concentrate enough on the dispute resolution thing. The only time that becomes an issue is when the invariable dispute comes around and then you say, oh, what have we got here as far as the dispute resolution process goes? So I think parties generally don't think that far ahead. And I think there's almost an inclination for them not to want to think that far ahead because it gives the impression, you always have this a terrible statement that I hate when it gets used, when people say, oh, don't get contractual. If you're on a construction project and they say, oh, no, don't get contractual. Well, if you don't want to get contractual, don't sign a contract. It's as simple as that. But if you start from the outset and you say, well, we want this and we want to ensure this in the dispute resolution thing and you want to focus on that, you find that people generally take that negatively, and I think that's the reason that you don't have that. But on the other side of it, I think what Aisha was saying as well is where you have, and what we're talking about here, where you have that, the ability of the courts to intervene, and the ability of the courts when they're giving judgments to lay down precedent that can be used and applied. There's so much more that the courts can do to give better direction and to stop all of these sort of negative processes. Because, as I said, we know that they get used. We know that 2/3 of the review applications that are done are not done on the basis of a merit and that they believe that there's going to be a success. It's done as a delay tactic. It's done as a frustration tactic. The courts know that. So, I think it's high time that the courts step up and say, well, we're not going to put up with this anymore. And there are things that the court can do. And unfortunately, we just don't get that support. Certainly, and it's not just in Africa, even in the UK, they don't get sufficient support for that.
Well, Tom, listening to all of you, I get the sense that it really is a very uneasy, uncertain relationship between the arbitral process and the court process. And clearly, there must be some need for reform, don't you think?
I think so, and you are seeing it. I think in the changes to legislation, particularly in the UK, and now the trend is kind of expanding, and the rest of the world is doing similar things. I was speaking to Aisha earlier and yesterday, and she mentioned the draft bill. Obviously, the Nigerian Arbitration Act came in relatively recently, and I think France are looking at reforms too. Yes, I mean, there is a need for reform, but I suppose it's, well, what is it? What is that reform? You asked me at the start of the session about, well, what might be learned from the English Arbitration Act, for example. Not saying that that is a panacea and a cure-all, but two things that I like about the English Arbitration Act, particularly as it applies to set-aside review-type situations, is firstly, the court will not set aside an award unless it is satisfied that it cannot remit it back to the tribunal, which I think is very positive, because what that does is preserve the autonomy of the arbitration process to the extent possible. And in fact, the one case which I'm aware of, I think this year, is called the Mara Nova case from February 25. And in that case, there was a successful review based on procedural grounds, but the court remitted it back to the tribunal. You don't find that automatic power in the South African Acts, for example. Secondly, on jurisdiction, the English Arbitration Act has now strengthened or restricted, I suppose, however you look at it, the ability of the parties to refer a jurisdictional challenge. So you cannot raise arguments which you didn't raise in front of the arbitral tribunal. You cannot bring evidence you didn't raise in front of the arbitral tribunal unless you weren't aware of it at the time. And importantly, the court will not rehear all of that again. It will decide it on paper, by and large. You cannot re-litigate, rehear the dispute. So the court is, or the legislation, or the legislative direction is very much saying to parties, don't come and view the court as a second bite at the cherry here. We're here for genuine oversight and for where there's been a genuine slip-up. But I think that the second part of the reform, which we haven't really touched on, is guidance which the judiciary either give to themselves or to the parties. And what you see, and I'll give another example from the commercial court in the UK, is that the commercial court guide says reviews based on set-aside serious irregularity or excess of jurisdiction should only be in cases where there are serious grounds. This is the court guidance now, so it's not the legislation. Only in cases where there are serious grounds for thinking an irregularity has occurred, or serious grounds that do affect substantive jurisdiction. And then they go on and say, courts should be astute. This is expressed in the court guide. Courts should be astute to dismiss claims without a hearing where there is no real prospect of success. So there you've got not just the legislation giving you a relatively restrictive framework, but you've also got the court guide itself telling both the judiciary, but really aimed indirectly at the parties, this is the test that the court in practice is going to apply. And you don't see that, for example, in the practice directives in South Africa, Terry. There's no equivalent to that, is there? So I think that would be something which I would see as a benefit. And I'd be interested to hear maybe from Mark or Aisha as to whether in Kenya or Nigeria there is similar court guidance, or whether it's just based on legislation. Yeah,
Mark, anything you want to add?
Well, we have under the Arbitration and Mediation Act, beg your pardon, the 9 specific rules, 9 specific tests premised upon which you can, set aside an award. They're specifically delimited. So anything outside of those 9, forget it, it's not happening. So that's one of the innovations of the AMA, as we like to call it. There's also third-party funding, which has now, I think, other than Hong Kong, and I think there's, anyway, it's a bit of a novelty. Not many countries have incorporated that into their legislation. And because of that, they've taken out specifically child party as a tort. So that frees, opens up the door for third-party funding to come in to fund arbitration in Nigeria. I also think clear innovation and in our act is the ART, the Arbitration Review Tribunal. So parties can, at a contractual level, say that in the event of an adverse finding, the parties who are affected, rather than go to court, he can go to this ART and it's comprised, if it was a single arbitrator, then it'll be a single reviewing arbitrator. If it was a panel of 3, then it'll be a panel of 3 that would review the award. And that's a very clever way to cut out or reduce judicial intervention in arbitral matters. So those are some of the innovations. One other innovation I almost forgot is that under the Act, there's finality at the Court of Appeal. You can't ratchet it up further to the Supreme Court anymore. So that's the way, these are some of the innovations. From a point of, and you asked me about reform, I think, one of the things I think we should, put in place in Nigeria, for example, and possibly the international community, is to set timelines. If somebody is looking to set aside an award, it should happen within 3 months. If it's going on appeal, another 6 months, so that you can, there's a clear timetable, and the consequence of failing to would mean that the proceedings would be nullified or whatever have you, but timelines would simply help provide certainty. So that's my 2 pence.
Why should I go to the Arbitration Review Tribunal? I mean, I've looked at your legislation, and really it's optional. If I'm one of those inventive lawyers that Tom and Terry were speaking about, I want to go to court because I know the review tribunal is going to be quick. That's not what I want. It probably will be pro-arbitration. Therefore, it might very well uphold the award. So I'm going to take the option that takes me to court.
Yes, I agree. It's certainly more attractive if you are being, for want of a better expression, devious. The whole reason why you are deploying it is because you want to simply derail the award. So I agree, certainly. But for good faith practitioners, good faith users of the system, the ART is an easy way to, have a review done in quick time by a specialist, and it should land you where you want to land. One more thing I almost forgot. I wanted to mention it. I think it's necessary, and I think it flows from something Aisha said. I do think that the arbitral institutions, the bar, should look constantly to educate, train, and retrain our judges so that they can stay on the straight and on the narrow and recognize the different scenarios that devious practitioners tend to deploy, and it will help show the judges what tools they have in their toolbox to ensure that arbitration is really delivered effectively and efficiently and timelessly. Thanks.
Yeah, that's an interesting point that you raise. And before we open it up to the audience, Aisha, I mean, Mark talks about training judges in arbitration. I know that each one of the judges of the Supreme Court of Kenya are trained in arbitration. Each one of them is a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, and yet we still have the decisions that you made reference to. So does that really help?
So the first thing is just to clarify, I'm not against the Supreme Court's decisions per se. What I'm against is the fact that there is this clear disconnect between the Court of Appeal's interpretation of the Arbitration Act and the Supreme Court's. That in itself, even if the Supreme Court are right, that in itself, the disconnect and the fact that you are having to go to the highest court for clarity is itself creating this uncertainty and delay and inefficiencies. So in terms of the Supreme Court judges, they did their fellowship exams last year. The issue is this. In terms of the numbers of people who will have an impact on the quality of the arbitration process, it's not the Supreme Court, it's the High Court. And in fact, it's so I think we're training the wrong people, because very, very few cases will reach the Supreme Court. And that's as it should be. We should concentrate on where the numbers are. They're mainly High Court. I wish they were in the commercial division. Many of the cases that have arbitration agreements are essentially being brought deviously before constitutional division, sometimes in employment labor relations, and in a manner to get around the arbitration clause. So we even have examples where we have a commercial dispute and the opponent has essentially manufactures criminal complaints. And what they are saying to our High Court is this dispute is not arbitrable because we believe that there's related criminal elements of it or corruption or something. So I think when we're coming to training, we need to train at the High Court, but we need to train all the divisions because in my view, the commercial bench is already well versed in interpreting finance and commercial documents, but not necessarily the judges, for example, in family division, in other divisions, that may have disputes improperly brought to them, which they really should be sending back to the commercial division, but they don't always know what is appropriate. So I think training is really an important factor. I think also in England, when I practiced there, one of the key tools that judges use to discourage misconduct by counsel was they used to make personal wasted costs order. So if you advance an argument that was frivolous, that wasted time, that you should have advised your client lacked merit, then you potentially expose yourself as counsel to personally paying those costs. Now, we never wanted to do that. We never wanted to advise our client that such an order was made. So it was a real it was a real control. And I think if courts here could be maybe more proactive, because advocates have a duty first as officers to the court, but I'm not seeing that duty being enforced by the very courts that they owe duties to. And I think we can't expect the tribunals to perform this task because tribunals don't have that level of control. They can't really make contempt orders and they can't enforce them. So I think if the courts were more willing to hold practitioners to account and they could just choose one or two examples, it would quickly get around to the rest of us that maybe, John doesn't entertain frivolous arguments, and then you try and make sure your cases go before John. And eventually we would have, potentially some meaningful controls.
Absolutely. Well, I hope there's been enough here to trigger some questions, and I see a hand up already. So I want to invite questions, starting with the hand that went up first. Maybe we can have some help with the microphone.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Abdul Janadu, barrister at Keating Chambers. Just one comment or one question, if I may. I would like to endorse wholeheartedly the last point that Aisha made about wasted cost orders. They are a very effective tool we found in the UK of preventing frivolous arguments being raised. I think it's a bit of a pointless exercise appealing to the better nature of lawyers because we don't really have better nature in many instances. And you don't really need to go as far as personal wasted cost orders against advocates. You can, if the court properly use cost orders against parties, make it less likely that people will run frivolous arguments. But one other point that I wanted to raise, which I haven't heard the panel deal with this, and I'd be very interested to hear your views on this, is the increasing practice of parties engaging in what I call sort of guerrilla warfare within the arbitral process. So you have parties constantly challenging tribunals, whether to the courts or challenging the tribunal to the appointing bodies, like the ICC, LCIA, and that's an increasing feature that I found in my practice, that parties will use that as a way of delaying, stalling proceedings. I wonder if the panel had any views on that point.
Thank you. I think we'll take a couple more questions before we come back to the panel. There's a question here.
Good morning, panelists. Thank you for a great session. My name is Lopan Dalameta from Zambia. My question arises out of comments Thomas made about the sort of practice direction that the UK Commercial Court has. And it's essentially this. Would the panel think that there is no room for non-arbitration practitioners in the space of arbitration? And the background to this is that in Zambia, I sit in a user committee of the Commercial Court, and when we were discussing training the judges in relation to arbitration, a few of them said, well, of course, at an arbitration training, you will bombard us with pro-arbitration practitioners. And the point is, are you going to also provide room for someone who can give some divergent views? And this has weighed on my mind because they're saying, obviously, if we bring anyone from this room, they will just tell us the one side. What about the other view? So the broader question to the panel is there any room for non-arbitration practitioners, whether it's in setting aside or any of those adjunct processes to arbitration? Thanks.
That's very interesting. Yeah, I'm sure someone will address that. Right behind there.
Hi, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Naserian Kasura. My question is with regard to finality of arbitral awards and consequently the finality of litigation, because at the end of the day, arbitration is private litigation. And I think, Aisha, you mentioned this in passing, so perhaps you're in a better position to answer this. Do you think it's high time that we revert to making arbitration final, or rather giving its autonomy to arbitration, such that an arbitral award becomes final with no avenue for appeal to the parties?
All right, maybe one more, and then we can turn back to the panel. Right over there.
Thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Michael Abiba from Lagos, Nigeria. Thank you to the panelists. The conversation has been quite interesting. I have a concern. You've discussed extensively about how we have begun to see the challenges that play out in litigation right in arbitration at the time. Now, how can the panel or the tribunal exercise decisive control, over their proceedings to ensure that a recalcitrant party does not take advantage of arbitration wrongly? I'll give you a practical example. There's a proceedings I'm involved in. Parties in their agreement indicated that the applicable law should be the previous law that was applicable in Nigeria. But as of today, that law has been amended. We now had to begin to contend as to which law is applicable or otherwise. After we surmounted that, we went into so many challenges here and there. And then the parties begin to lose interest in the real substance of coming to arbitration. I think that has the potential of affecting the integrity of arbitration as a window to resolving dispute resolution, and ultimately perhaps it might even affect the possibilities of finding our jurisdiction an interesting environment to come to for business. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll allow the panel to answer that, and then we'll come back for a second round, if you don't mind. Costs orders. Who wants to take that? Do you want to take that, Aisha? That came from you. There was a question
I'm happy to add a little bit of context, and maybe Aisha also can contribute to this. I mean, I think one point I was going to try and weave in at some stage during the discussion was this issue around penal cost orders, and it also feeds back into a comment that Aisha made around delaying tactical reviews, and that being an inherent part of advising your client, because from a commercial perspective, as Aisha says, there may be a good reason to try and defer things as long as possible. But I think what the parties and what should happen more, and actually in South Africa we have seen a case recently that has adopted this approach, is to apply exactly the sort of penal cost order that Abdul is talking about in order to discourage those sorts of unmeritorious appeals, or at least to make the parties aware that, okay, fine, we're not going to say this expressly, but if you're doing this for delaying tactical reasons, you will know that there is a premium attached to that course of action because you will pay for it by way of a penal cost order. And the DEXA Group case in South Africa is a good example of a penal cost order like that being applied, but unfortunately it's on an island on its own. There aren't many, if any, others that kind of have adopted that approach, but hopefully that's a start of more of a trend, because the court system, or the judges in South Africa at least, have been very vocal in chastising parties during their judgments, but less brave in applying those penal cost orders, and hopefully that becomes more of a trend, I think. I think it would be more beneficial.
Do you want to add something to that, or do you want
yeah,
to take a
just
different
to
question?
what I've added to that was that the arbitration process becoming a form of
Warfare.
It's warfare. So,
and I think you can tie that up with Michael's question.
So I was, it was exactly what I was going to say, that it actually deals with both questions. Yeah. But the situation in South Africa has become exactly that. And one of the worst offenders of this are the state bodies, and particularly, for example, the municipalities and the state utilities. As Thomas will tell you, to get paid by the government in South Africa to do anything is a challenge as it is. But what they've started to do, and this is unfortunately again where it comes down to the conduct of attorneys that are acting for these parties, because there's been, as sort of well advertised, there's quite a bit of corruption and things that have gone on in South Africa, and it's left a lot of municipalities financially challenged. So, but they need construction projects done, they need engineering projects done. So there has become a trend of getting these projects done, paying for some of the project, and then as soon as the project is complete, finding some reason to object to the balance of the payment. It ends up in a dispute, and then it ends up going to an arbitration. The merits are very seldom sufficient to support the non-payment. Invariably, the arbitration gets won, and then it ends up in a review. The review then gets appealed, it goes to the Supreme Court. The problem with that is obviously it's a hugely expensive process, and the idea of when it comes down to it, I would say where they use it as lawfare, is because they simply outgun the other party. And if you have state coffers and taxpayer money and you can spend, your pockets are very deep and you're up against the contractor. Although the contractor may have won an arbitral award, he'll never get near the award, because by the time he gets anywhere, he's already gone into insolvency. And what it has done is that it really has taken away people's confidence in the process in South Africa. At the moment, I think the confidence in arbitration is at an all-time low in South Africa. And a lot of parties that I know, a lot of big parties, a lot of big contractors simply refuse to take part in the process.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think perhaps, do you want to add something to that, Mark? There's issue about all this lawfare resulting in parties losing sight of the real object of the dispute. What are the merits? What's the substance? And suddenly you're detracted into procedural issues and so on and so forth. I think that's Michael's point.
Yeah, I think your question, as I recall, was that what decisive steps could be taken. And the way I mean, when I was listening to you, what I intuitively would be to take some of the measures that you've heard from this panel today. So, for example, the penal costs, for example, that's a tool that a tribunal can deploy in order to get everybody online, or to borrow Tom's expression, your delay has a premium which you will pay, and you will ultimately pay. So that's one way to deal with it. Another way to deal with it flows from something Aisha had said before, which is make sure that the language of your contractual documents as tight as possible, such that every eventuality at the very worst has a redundancy. In other words, if it's not A, it's B. There's always somewhere to go to where if one option gets blocked off. So these are some of the things that can be done. This again, please forgive me, maybe it's from where I'm coming from. You can't run any system properly when there's an absence of good faith. So for arbitration to work effectively, it presupposes that the parties involved are people who in fact have good faith. And what I hear from the context that you have raised is one where people are not genuinely interested in using the arbitral process to achieve resolution. The ultimate aim of arbitration, from the outset ought to have been, okay, it's a speedy way. I know one way or the other what my liability or otherwise is within the shortest possible time. But these shenanigans, if you like, are making nonsense of all of that. So language of your contract, of course, the arbitrators you pick is also very important. And then, of course, the seats of the arbitration is also important to pick a seat where, the system works effectively. If you pick a seat where the judicial system tends to drag things out, then obviously you're not going to get succor quickly enough. So those are my preliminary thoughts off the cuff.
All right, Aisha, I'm told you have only 3 minutes left. There's a very interesting question about training and yeah. Yes, I know, and there was another question from there, but let's just have a quick response to non-arbitration.
Non-interventional.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the question was, how do we make awards final and removing appeals? So in Kenya, we don't have appeals. Actually, the decision on set-aside and recognition under our act is final. There is this conundrum of new to, I can't answer it for you. What does it mean that that decision is final? It means potentially you don't have an award, because if the award is set aside, what are you making final? You're setting aside the award. You don't have a decision on the merits. So you're essentially forcing the parties back anyway to... So I think it's more complicated than it looks as a potential solution. Also, I just have to say, I know, Terry, I think you started off saying the basis of court intervention is the contract. I disagree. The basis of court intervention is the justice system. Arbitration is only one mechanism within the entire justice system of resolving disputes. It is not the only mechanism. It is subject to constitutional safeguards in Kenya, and even if you don't have a written constitution, there are some fundamental principles of natural justice that will always override whatever a contract says. So I think my own view is that you would always need to have a safeguard. And the example I like to use is Nigeria versus PNID. People like to criticize African courts for intervention, but nobody is criticizing the English court, which set aside an award many years after it was made. And if you look at the decision that was made by the High Court judge, it did go into the merit. Now, actually, what the High Court judge discovered, which came from subsequent evidence, is that the whole process of arbitration was tainted by the fact that one side was bribing the counsel for Nigeria, okay? So you have to ask yourself, are you happy to have an award that is final, that is corrupt, that is tainted, that breaches natural justice? I think most of us in the room would say, no, obviously that is an exceptional case and we need limits. But I think, I just like to remind people that courts play an important safeguard role. If the High Court judge had not taken an activist approach, Nigeria, you would have been on the hook for about 13, a lot of money, which I'm sure could have been better spent on healthcare. But the rest of us would not have revealed to us what actually happened during that process. And it's not the tribunal. Remember, the tribunal were made by 3 very distinguished practitioners. Tribunals are not well equipped to get to the bottom of devious tactics. They are not. They are limited. You must always have the court. So as much as I've complained, I would still say you need the safeguard for extreme cases. I think in Kenya, we've just taken the word extreme and we've decided it means regular. That is our problem. It is not a problem with the justice system. It is us as practitioners, and it is us as clients. Okay?
And we have 1 minute. I promised a question across there before you come back and answer this one as well, Tom. Let's just take that question, and then you can combine the answer. There was a question from that table. Yes, the lady.
Thank you. My name is Evans Moye from Zimbabwe. You were complaining about the problem being with lawyers. Don't you suppose that that emanates from the inherent training of lawyers to look for legally correct outcomes, whereas arbitration, the quintessence of it is that it's looking not for a legally correct outcome, but a fair outcome. The other point I needed to make regarded the mechanisms you were talking about of limiting parties going to court. Don't you suppose one of the ways we can use is that which is used by most constitutional courts of requiring leave to access the courts, which is an expedited process that filters non-deserving cases, especially in view of the numbers we're talking about of matters that go on to the courts but are unsuccessful. This could have been filtered at a stage where you've got a preliminary expedited process that probably filters the matters out by requiring leave before you are able to be heard on the substantive aspects of your matter.
Thank you very much. Tom, I think you can answer that question together with a question about training of judges, because they sort of, there is a confluence there.
Yes, I mean,
very quickly, because I'm under
question.
pressure from to close.
I think it's a very interesting point, actually, and I think the gentleman's second point also feeds in a bit to what Malope was talking about, because is there a role for something in between getting the award and going to court? And that's where, for example, an alternative party might fulfill that role. I mean, we all know of mediation and the amicable settlement regimes you find in FIDIC, for example, but maybe there is room for another intervening process between the award and going to court. And that might be having grounds to approach the court for leave to go to the court in the first place. That might help to weed out some of the less meritorious cases, certainly. So I think it's not something I've really considered before, but I think there's certainly scope for that sort of thing, because that then allows almost a pre-vetting. You know, to go back to the English Commercial Court Guide, you know, that allows cases with no prospects of success to get weeded out at that initial stage. And just coming back to the training point, I mean, I think your question was around whether the way in which lawyers were trained encourages or is a reason for excess and meritorious claims into courts for review applications. And I think, I don't think it's really lawyer training. I think it's, for me at least, it comes back to the commercial reality of advising your clients, because we're all taught as lawyers textbook black letter answers to questions, but what we don't appreciate until we get into practice is the commercial pressure from the client to say, well, I'm not accepting this award lying down, I'm going to review this. And that comes back to my earlier point, which is, well, how do we, or we should be alert as legal practitioners to making our clients aware of the full circumstances, the tests the court apply, the likelihood of success, building in what Aisha talks about in terms of commercial realities too. You know, assessing delay is part of that, but advising your client, if you do that, that maybe penal cost orders, the types of which Abdul was talking about, may come into play. All of that forms part of commercial advice for me, and you get that through experience, I think, rather than formal training.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. I think we've run out of time. I will make the panel available at coffee to engage and answer any additional questions, so please ensure that you're available. I will be supervising. I don't know about paying, but thank you very much, everybody. Please join me in thanking the panel for a very, very enriching discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. That was a fantastic session. Thank you so much, Mr. John Ohaga, for expertly running that. We do appreciate your input and your expertise. And like you said, this panel will be available over coffee if you have any questions. Members of the panel, I'd like to invite you for a photograph right there. Meanwhile, at this point, I'd like to invite on stage Mr. Thierry Linares, the Senior Managing Director at FTI Consulting, to help me award the plaques to our panelists. Excellent. Our first plaque, we shall want to award the chair of the panel, Mr. John Ohaga, for running this. Thank you so much, sir, for guiding the conversation. Mr. John Ohaga is a senior partner at Triple OK Law LLP in Kenya. Thank you so much. Next, we'd like to appreciate Mr. Thomas King, who is a partner at Pinsent Masons from South Africa. Excellent. We also like to appreciate Madam Aisha Abdallah, who is a partner at ALN Kenya, that is Anjarwala and Khana. We'd also like to appreciate Mr. Terry Brown, who's the Managing Director at Jackson Rowe in the United Kingdom. Excellent. And finally, but certainly not least, I'd like to award Mr. Olasupo Shasore, who is a partner at LP&G. Sorry. I called the wrong name. Let me just flip that back. Just so that we are not awarding the wrong person, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Mark Modi, who is a partner at Aluko and Oye Bode, ALN in Nigeria. Thank you so much, sir. And sorry for my mix-up here. Thank you so much, and thank you so much, Thierry, for this. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd just like to mention one quick reminder before we head out for coffee. And that is, if you're here and you're not a member of the ACL, we have an opportunity for you to want to join. What are the benefits of being a part of the SCL? The obvious one is obviously you get access to exclusive discounts on SEL trainings, events, and conferences. As you do know, the legal practice requires constant upskilling, and so that is a space for you. You also get professional recognition and industry spotlighting through our various channels and platforms. There's also access to valuable networking opportunities that do come with being a member of SEL, as well as opportunities to collaborate with leading experts, as you've already seen in the room. We shall also be featuring you in our SEL blogs for your expert opinions, as well as speaking and leadership roles within the SEL community. Obviously, there is priority and consideration for SEL initiatives when they do come, as well as active involvement in shaping policy and industry development. So if you are interested, there's a QR code on your screen. Feel free to scan it and get all the information, or better yet, if you're old school, you can email at info@africaconstructionlaw.org. We shall be happy to take any questions. Also, if you'd like a one-on-one conversation, just find out more. One of our teams, Busola, is right at the registration desk. She's happy to take all your questions, okay? Excellent. So we'd want to take a quick break right now for coffee. Coffee will be served right outside. We shall resume at exactly 11 o'clock Kenyan time for our next session. Enjoy your break.
no be lie at all. You give me love, when me never feel before. You give me joy, oh my God, I can get enough. You give me love, when we never feel before.
May we never stop selling till we see the show. Senorita, give me love and me not see before. Drunk in love with your doings, baby, I'm so tough. Anybody we know like I'm fit to drink the top. I said I want more. We get the friend, I beg your comfort. I hope you get a picture of where I come. I'm with the squadron, chicks all over me cause I be all crowd. They wanna feel my solo gambari, I see they pro. Roll and top, me you chew, me never drop. Chicks wanna follow me, you me long with drugs up. Every function and junction, I'm not sure they gonna stand the love through them. Say, give me potion.
You be like the for my life, no be lie at all. You give me love, when me never feel before. You give me joy, oh my God, I can get enough. You give me love, when me never feel before.
DJ Kingston, the real party killer.
All I need for you, by me, you know. I'll be there for sure, listening to you. Just do what you do, girl, I'm watching you. I'm thinking about what we about to do. No joking, no, we'll take it slow. The way you like it, though. Ironic that you, all I need that you know it's true. Baby, you got one person, sure you know something. See, I know that person. You go see something, you go like lesson. Shawty, your truck, she my medicine. You go one person, sure you know something. See, I know that person. You go see something, you go like lesson. Shawty, your truck, she my medicine. For her, she be the wine for her. For her, for her. For her, the wine for her. For her, for her. For you the wine for her. Say for her, say for her. For you the wine for her. She not for her, she for her. She the wine for her. For her, she for her. For you the wine for her. See baby, I go sit up when it comes to you. My Juliet, I be your Romeo. When I get chance, so I come into. She no see you, oh be meta, oh. Sansipa. Your body takes me on a trip so far. Bouncing up. It's your temple, now worship from afar. Sansipa. Your body takes me on a trip so far. Bouncing up. It's your temple, now worship from afar. She the wine for her. For her.
Hallelujah, me I know what to die. Boss man, she don't know me yet I do I'm a rip, you're spinning me crocodile. They are now, they are. Go slow, I be now. When I die, now you go green, let go. Somebody come meet the doctor. I think that I am in love. And I'm begging now. She know they are. Go slow, I be now. When I die, now you go breathe, let go. She shutting me up, she giving me styles, different hairstyles, she be my papa. She doing her eyes, she making a sound, she casting a spell, bra.
I feel like I have been just, I'm intoxicated, like I am a dog. Was a good boy, but she turned me bad. Got me doing things that I never planned it. The other day, she be up on me, bully. Then we had sex, we been so good. We been having wild times for sure. It's not safe, but I want it more. Anytime you do me, party up. Any dance, you dey make me mad, I'm on me. I don't understand, but you know, send me the water, you the galavado. No, yeah. Somebody call me the po. This guy don't even my heart go.
I feel like you're an angel in a demon body. That's why me not hesitate to screw you. She walk through the hallway with a sainted body. Color make a man knows them. Can you move to the reggae no be blues? And no, yeah, make us a no. Can you move to the reggae no be blues? And no, yeah, make us a no. Me like the way that you roll it, jiggy like that, and I know that you know that. Bushmates. Me like the way that you roll it, jiggy. Me like the way that you roll it, jiggy like that, and I know that you know that. Me feel ya. And everybody evil, nobody only like that. Put your hands on the pole, wine selector. She puff cannabis, smoke and shility. She a body of the highest order, crazy girl. I know say me and the Jones, I know there isn't like that. My brain in this order. Give me the sweet, for real, from me. Sweet, c'est la vie, hasta la vie. Looking pretty, me need it now. Ooh baby, cuckoo kill me, bad carry, cuckoo kill me now. Cuckoo beat it on her knees. She say now we now. Olo mi lara oh, oh my ema mi lara oh. Tobalo, pare oh my kami lara oh. Oh my Jomi lara oh. Sweet Cuban girl, she a want an amira. She give herself to me and she wants me to tear her. Finish with her, she tell me thank you. Email her, email her. Can you move to the reggae no be blues? And no, yeah, make us suck no. She puff cannabis, smoke and shility. She a body of the highest order, crazy girl. I know say me and the Jones, I know there isn't like that. My brain in this order, so give me that. Sweet, for real, from me. Sweet, c'est la vie, hasta la vie. Looking pretty, me need it now. Ooh baby, cuckoo kill me, bad carry, cuckoo kill me now. Cuckoo beat it on her knees. She say now we now. Sweet, for real, for me. Sweet, c'est la vie, hasta la vie. Looking pretty, now we. Cuckoo kill me, bad carry, cuckoo kill me now. Cuckoo beat it on her knees. She say now we.
Sometimes I'm happy, sometimes I'm sad. Don't know what's over me. Sometimes I'm good, sometimes I'm wild. I don't know what's over me. I don't know what's over me. I'm overthinking everything. And time me feel like nobody can understand the way I feel. Cause I am fucked up totally. I don't know how to keep company. So I've been drinking cognac. I've been drinking too many shots of cognac. One for the belly, another for the broken heart. 3 for addition for so I don't go back. Looking for somebody who can watch my shoulders. So I can never be sober. I can never be sober. Oh, yes, I did it. I'm in a million, I make for a living. Get my little bit of post for the biggie. Let the camera like it, my titty, you know. Nobody's better than me. Nobody's better than me. I do it differently. Everybody can see, but I don't know what's over me. I'm overthinking everything. And time me feel like nobody can understand the way I feel. Cause I am fucked up totally. I don't know how to keep company. So I've been drinking cocaine. I've been drinking too many shots of cognac. For your love I go fiki man. Okay. Baby I can. Cause this thing I feel inside, they weigh me down. Or the way I fly consult. And no lights out. Now my face you go look down on. But I be now I'm not like that. Yeah, slow. Do me slow, my bina. Do the fast take go. Take and slow, my bina. Now your love I want. Yeah, start my front. Yeah, no lights out. Come cool me down. Yeah, oh baby, balance it. Balance it. Baby, balance it. Balance it. balance it, balance it, baby balance it, balance it.
On Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter at DJ Bushmeats, DJ Kingstone. Follow me on social media at VDJ Kingstone.
2 years since I met you, 1 year dating now. I'm ready for forever. Everybody got to know you. Maybe you know, no, say me, I been there plan to marry you. No be only day too, I already know how go I feel. It be like you go date them that, you go date them that, you go date them that. If I start with the hot, you go put them back. It be like you go get fire, you go get fire, you go get fire. If I start with the cold, you go bring fire. Anima be there, it ain't hard to find. You know they see I'm for all. Okay, man, on my neighbor. They have to find. You know they see I'm for all. Get up for body, get up for body. Oh, I'm a fool, I get up for body, I get up for body. Oh, I can't leave you there. And then a bend, and a bend, and a bend, one up on a wood. And then a bend, and a bend, and a bend. You got them from one. You're my prayers answered. Everything I want. As someone in a woman. I want get it. I want get it. When you look for film, you can find in a bed. Give them something to talk about to you. Try every little bit. When you look for film, you can find in a bed. As someone in a woman.
If you having a desire, if you having a desire, this year might be your year. See, I wanted to inspire you to do what you aspire. Your desire. Somebody gonna marry this year. Make the money happen this year. Let me tell you something about this year. This year must be better than last year. It's your year. You know this is your year. It's your year. Yeah. And this is my year. She automatic into my year. And this is my year. My year, my year. It's my year. She automatic into my year. I'm winning this year. My year, my year. Don't worry, you got it this year, you won't die. Don't worry, you got it this year, you must shine. Are you onto my side? You see the bright side. Yeah. Somebody gonna marry this year. Make the money happen this year. Let me tell you something about this year. This year must be better. DJ Bushmeats. Somebody gonna marry this year. Make the money this year. Let me tell you about this year. This year must be better than last year. And this is in my eye. She does automatic into my eye. And this is in my eye. My eye. It's in my eye. She does automatic into my eye.
I don't wanna live my life for you, live my life for you. All over the news, all over the news. Only God now know the kind of thing I do, the kind of thing we do. When I thank God, I got the lead. Say God no ungodly. Oluwa na ain't comforting me. When these people they come body me. Man, I thank God I got the lead. Say God no ungodly. Oluwa na ain't comforting me. When these people they come body me. It's why I die sometimes. A little Henny and ice. Make a fitty cool my mind. Make a live this life.
DJ Kingston. Follow me on social media at DJ Kingston.
Oh, I'm a lady. Oh, my lady. Oh, kill it, boy, no. Make I play you my cassette, you. Anything you sell is a market, you. Try to they look from my aspect, you. They loud them at the handset, you. Me I know if you drag it shine. Oh, the one I be my country down. Me I know they try to connect the lights. I just want Charlie boy day, me Charlie boy day. Me not thank God I got it. Say God no got it me. Oh, look one I ain't comforting me. When these people they come body me. Me not thank God I got it. Say God no got it me. Oh, look one I ain't comforting me. When these people they come body, 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 these people they come body.
Open my eyes, show me who they for me. Make I know they pop rose with my enemy. Scatter them far away across the 7 seas. Help away they disguise na principality. Oh Lord have mercy, mercy. This fake love done they plenty. Then they try to man dirty. Ja, man, ja, chasing, yo. Who born the person? We won't cross me, make them try me. Red eye, no more party. Can't kill my light, I'm sorry, oh. When I show, may they make way when I show. May they make say, I go the boss, I go the dengue, I go the blow. I go walk a good girl when I show. May they make way when I show. May they make say, I go the boss, I go the dengue, I go the blow. As you can see, I'm just beginning, and I trouble nobody, so make nobody bother me. Yeah. As you see me, now God they fight for me. Nobody touching me, can't stop my destiny. Waiting I do. Yeah, be your daily news. Been a long time and I paid my dues. I'm premium now, so I pick and choose. Need a party, one more be more bad boy dicks, I no apologize. Bet on myself and I'm rolling the dice. Calamity.
DJ Bushmeats.
Oh Lord have mercy. This fake love done the plenty. Then they try to man dirty. Ja, man, chasing. Wicked, who want the person? Who won't cross me, may they try me. Red eye, no more party. Thank you, my life, I'm sorry.
Ever since I got my first hit song, getting jealous. Okay. Really had broke-ass niggas. But since I got famous, I know they mad I couldn't care less. Cause I know there is in some kind things. The kind things when no consign me. I just say run my things. Yeah. And I know they think it's a lifestyle. It's a lifestyle. I know they think it's my lifestyle. Yeah. Oh, it's my lifestyle. Yeah. Think I am better than most of them. Them they expect me, make a fool for them. I know they post for them. I know they online for 2 weeks. Them say I they ghost on them. Now their own problem. On G, I thank those who discover me. All I me they do honesty. Many girls where they can't find me. I no get time, but in the meantime, come give me something we go ginger. Give it to me while I lean back. Nothing we go fit to hinder my love for you, Lisa. I go fly, you go Ibiza. You know if we did the visa. Yeah. Nah, no, my life, it's a lifestyle. It's a lifestyle. I know they think it's my lifestyle. Oh, it's my lifestyle. It's a lifestyle.
mission. I sign up on top your mother, Nakamakazi mission. All man we see you get the same intention. I sorry no they carry last, no more I sharply position. Yeah, body that's why anywhere you enter, designers they from Parako, they want chop you up. Yeah, any location, any occasion, you are designer shot. This guy that you carry is a crime. You call the police, he breaking the law. Body, body, go, baby, tell me this your body, body, go, baby, tell me this your body, body, oh, me and my boy, my fair boy, body, oh, trigger me, oh my baby, they trigger me. This your matter with the finger me. This your matter with the finger me. Yeah. Trigger me. Yeah. Say if you want the Gucci bag, oh my baby make you talk, no they finger me. Yeah, no they finger me. Yeah. This your one shot hot. I'm getting high and I need one more shot. If you give me pen, I gon' go so. If you give me girl, I gon' go so. Yeah. This your one shot hot. Not only you, all of my tongue so. Not only you, waiting for my thoughts. If you give me girl, look on go so yeah. Body, body, go, baby, tell me this your body, body, go, baby, tell me this your body, body, oh, me and my boy, my fair toy, body, oh, straight from Jena to my auto port, and she we go how to go. She said she down with it, she said she down with it. Any of your friends fit to follow. Stop boy be the king, number one with it. Sound man, number one with it. This guy, the judge carry is a crime. You call the police, he breaking the law. One shot hot. I'm getting high and I need one more shot. If you give me pen, I gon' go so. If you give me girl, I gon' go so. Yeah. It's your one shot hot. Not only you, all of my tongue so. Not only you, waiting for my thoughts. If you give me girl, I gon' go so. Yeah. You got some calamity, baby, kill you as a story. We are not ready for this kind body. I say you got some calamity, baby, kill you as a story. They are not ready for this kind body. This kind body.
Hey yo, what up, Nairobi? This is Maya team, chilling out with DJ Bushman. Usibanduke bana.
DJ Kingston, the real party killer.
Every little thing you did do to me, you sweet to me for body. She a loving fee follow me. Wow. Get your bullet, make her go crazy. I'ma get say you sure for me. Say make her withdraw money. Oh, the man, no good and great. Make a carry your luggage. I define you for this. For this, I'm no trust, I fit to contain. Your body in a package. So you know, see, I'm falling for love. Overdose me, your love me, overdose me. Now you, I want me love you, I think I'll follow low. Overloading, I'll be overloading. Your bank account, money plenty, tell me the amount.
No one told me love would taste like this. Got my money in my pocket like this. Bitcoin in my wallet like this. Wisdom in my knowledge like this. Follow God, I know they follow man. For you, I might have to consider trips to LA taking photographs. You sign by me, then it's an autograph.
Live to die another day for you, baby. Quit my Casanova ways for you, baby. The only time that you say that you hate me is when I take the last slice of pastry. Now I'm on the run. Loving you till kingdom come, but you drive me crazy. Send someone, still my billboard, baby. Man, I'm get taxi, baby. I'm all you did, I mean like by me. I just wanna be there when you need me. Baby, now your matter, I did sing all day, yeah. Overdosing, body overdose. I'ma say you got it overload. And you know you bad like commando, yeah. Oh, the man, no good and great. You can carry your luggage. I define you for days. For days, shaka, body hotter than fire. Go to be saying I desire. Sister Fatima, check all of
Kingston.
Boom shaka, body hotter than fire. Go to be saying I desire. Boom shaka, body hot. Boom shaka, body hotter than fire. Go to be saying I desire. Sister Fatima, check all of Vagina. Oh baby, anything you want to, I'ma give to you. You feel me? Girl, me I like your style, I can't deny. Oh baby, anything you want to, I'ma give to you. You feel me? Anything I buy for me, I buy for you. Yeah, Pulungu, my body, your body, Pulungu, yeah, Pulungu. I'ma make me and you, Pulungu, my body, your body, Pulungu, yeah, Pulungu. I'ma make me and you, Pulungu. Hold me down, I can deceive you. No long thing, time is precious. I be
Any interesting farms you've learnt about? Great. So, ladies and gentlemen, just before we kick off the next session, and I will be introducing the next team that is raring to go. I'd just like to bring to you to your attention that the SEL Training Academy cohort for 2025 starts on the 10th of October. It runs 10th of September, runs till 29th of October. That's 8 weeks. Please reach out to Busola or any of the SEL team if you'd be interested. That is the SEL Training Academy. The cohort for 2025 starts on the 10th of September all the way to the 29th of October. We are happy to share that information if you're interested. Excellent. So, like I did mention, this is a particularly interesting session because it's tackling an issue that has been on conversation from day one and has kept coming up in almost all the conversations that we've been having, especially when you're talking about the construction scene in Africa. And we're talking about addressing corruption risk in project delivery. Obviously, a big issue of concern whenever you're talking about projects of scale. This will be obviously chaired by Noella Lubano, right? And Noella, I'd like to invite you on stage together with your panel, but I do believe that we have a presentation on video that will be airing just before the panel. So the panel, if you could just welcome and take your seats. Excellent. Noella is a partner at Oraro & Company Advocates in Kenya, and she will be running through this session. Noella, should I hand it over to you? Will you present the video, or should we screen the video first? Excellent. All right.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Noella Lubano, and it is my esteemed pleasure to moderate this distinguished panel, which will be discussing the important topic of addressing corruption risk in project delivery. To start it off, I'd like you to allow me to introduce my panel, and I will start in no particular order. On my extreme left is Frida Owino. She's a legal and compliance specialist with over 8 years of experience, and she navigates complex international business transactions and investment structures. She currently leads the business intelligence practice for East Africa at Control Risks, where she advises multinational clients on corruption risk, fraud investigations, and integrity due diligence. She's a certified fraud examiner and holds a Bachelor of Laws from Strathmore University and is currently pursuing her master's in corruption and governance in the University of Sussex. I'd like you to give her a warm hand of applause. On my immediate left is Mr. Andrew Woodward. He's a chartered civil engineer with a contracting background drawn from a delivery of complex civil engineering and infrastructure projects. He's based in Qatar, and Andrew is a practicing expert witness and brings his detailed construction experiences to international projects. He helps parties with matters of disputes surrounding disruption, quantum, and construction project management. I'd like to ask you to give him a warm hand of applause. Right beside Andrew is Mr. Bant L. He's a partner at Lalive in Geneva, and he specializes in international arbitration with a focus on construction and infrastructure disputes throughout Europe and Africa. He fulfills the roles of counsel, arbitrator, and is a member of dispute adjudication boards. He's also a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators and a member of the Arbitration Court of the Swiss Arbitration Center, and he also serves as an advisory board of the Africa Construction Loan. Once again, I'd like you to welcome him with a warm hand of applause. Right beside him is Mr. Sean Gibbs, and Sean is the CEO of Hanscom International. He's a global expert witness, which is a global expert witness company. He specializes in quantum, and he also acts as an international expert witness and serves as an arbitrator, adjudicator, expert determiner, and a dispute board member. He has over 30 years in the construction and engineering industry, and he's worked on major projects worldwide and holds key industry roles with the IBA, SCL, FIDIC, CIR, and the Education Society. Please welcome him with a warm hand of applause, sir. Last but definitely not the least is Mr. Walia Lumbwe. He's a civil engineer with many years of experience covering building, civil, and mechanical construction in Zambia, Tanzania, Mozambique, and Congo. He's a registered engineer, and he's a fellow of the Engineering Institution of Zambia and of the Chartered Institute of Building in the UK, as well as being a chartered construction manager and a member of the American Society of Civil Engineers and the Association of Consulting Engineers in Zambia. Please welcome him with a warm hand of applause. Now, to kick off our discussion, we'd like to play a short clip that will capture some of the issues that the panelists will discuss and set the context for that discussion. So I'd kindly ask the organizers if they could play that clip, and then that will kickstart our discussion.
Of corruption. Of corruption. Your Excellency, let me tell you a story that I was told when I was Minister for Roads and Public Works in my other early incarnation. This is a minister from Nigeria for Roads and Public Works who went on a tour to Malaysia. There, on invitation. So he was taken by his host, taken around the country, shown the highways that they have constructed in Malaysia. And then in the evening, he was treated to dinner at the residence of that minister. There, he found a nice mansion, a swimming pool, and nice sofa sets, and dinner sets. So at dinner, so he asked his host, "How did you manage this house?" The host took him to the balcony and showed him, "Look yonder. Do you see that highway there? Yes, 10% here." Two years later, it was the turn of the Malaysian to pay a return visit. When he went to Nigeria, he was taken around the roads. You saw roads were potholed, some of them untarmacked, and very poor condition, very poor state of affairs. In the evening, he was taken to dinner, and he found a palatial mansion, Olympic-sized swimming pool. The sofa sets were imported from Britain. Most of the chinaware were golden. So he asked his host, "How do you achieve all this?" He took him to the balcony. And so, "Do you see that highway there?" The Malaysian could see nothing. He was told 100% here.
So not to make this laugh, begin with that clip, but I think it is evident that there's a big problem of corruption in project delivery, and it is not isolated to West Africa, Nigeria. We think it is pervasive throughout the continent, including Kenya. One of the problems that corruption poses is it undermines public trust, it compromises safety, and it hampers socio-economic progress. And this clip illustrates the pervasive nature of corruption in construction projects across Africa and highlights the urgent need for effective strategies to combat and mitigate those risks. Therefore, today's panel will delve into these challenges and the problem of corruption. They'll give us a bit of a description what corruption is. They will also explore practical solutions and share insights on how to embrace transparency, accountability, and integrity in project delivery. And to kick off this discussion, please allow me to ask Sean Gibbs to start off with a presentation that he has prepared specifically for this purpose.
Good morning, everyone. Can I ask for the slides to be put up, please? Thank you. I've got 37 years' experience across the globe on construction projects. Corruption, dishonesty, and fraud is endemic across all continents of the world. It's not simply an African problem. For many years, people have recognized fraud can damage project delivery. It harms the weakest in society. Can I ask you all to take the time to read the statement on the slide, please? Has everyone been able to read that? Quote, corruption is recognized by governments, the World Bank, individuals and societies, and it blights their lives. Africa has a great deficit in terms of infrastructure, power, and other needed services. It's got a finite budget, so every dollar that's stolen or diverted means that the poorest people in the continent don't get the essential things that they need. The World Bank, for example, produces various booklets and information to warn people of the signs of corruption. For example, this deals with corruption in procurement. They also produce a table of bodies that are barred for competing for works. And if you ever get an opportunity, do look at the contractors' names and their nationalities. Certain nationalities feature more on the banned lists of tendering or taking part in projects. I'd like to just do a quick survey. Can everyone indicate since they were born if they have ever done anything dishonest? Just put your hand up. Those of you who haven't put your hand up, I could speculate you're dishonest, because everybody has done something that is dishonest. It may be that you were a child, you took a chocolate bar you shouldn't have, you were late for school and made an excuse. As you mature, you learn between honesty and dishonesty. And fraud and corruption requires dishonest people to facilitate this. Can you advance the slide one, please? It's not working, the controller. One of the most important ways to stop fraud and corruption is the recovery of the proceeds of corruption. The African Union has produced various agreements between the countries in Africa, and Article 6 that you can see on the screen is to facilitate actions in each country, the passing of legislation to prevent the laundering of proceeds of corruption. If people can't keep their ill-gotten gains, there's no incentive for them to take the money in the first place. And this is one of the most important initiatives that any country can implement. Can you advance the slide, please? Africa's construction industry is significant. By 2028, it's expected to be around 369 billion. Next slide, please. The first country we're looking at is South Africa. The Council for the Built Environment has recognised fraud and the problems it causes within the country. South African government's marked over 7.1 trillion for infrastructure development. And it's likely that this sector, as in previous years, is going to be targeted by those wishing to perpetrate fraud and corruption. Next slide, please. The Council for the Built Environment divides the type of frauds that they see in the country into 5 categories. Tender fraud. This could be at the time tenders are pulled together. People can manipulate tender documents or the tendering and pre-qualification process to ensure they get their friends on the tender list and exclude others. Procurement fraud. That could be as simple as eliminating the bidders that you don't want because your friend's giving you a lovely big new car. Comes in different forms. One of the big issues in Africa is substandard works and overcharging. So for example, a specification will say you've got to deliver high quality suspended ceiling tiles that have a resistance to humidity. The actual tiles delivered come from China and they don't meet the specification, but they're a tenth of the cost and people turn a blind eye. Inflated project costs. As you're all here at a construction law conference, I all presume you've seen projects where people try to recover project costs or what they allege are project costs. And quite clear they often aren't. And then simple bribery and corruption. Next slide, please. So one of the most extreme examples in the continent are those of the power stations that were built by Eskom, the Medupi and Kasili power stations. Everything that I'm going to say in regards to the examples are in the public domain. Most of us here who act as expert witnesses, particularly those in quantum and delay, have seen numerous examples, but because of confidentiality undertakings, we can't talk about these projects. So this is a good example of the sort of worst extremes. The 2 projects ended up over 10 years late and over 161 million over budget. The next things I'm going to talk about in relation to these projects are probably more alarming. Next slide, please. Eskom realised they had serious problems, and various investigations and forensic audits and other matters were undertaken. Currently, South African prosecutors have seized over 96.8 million from contractors and former officials at Eskom. Criminal proceedings are underway against numerous people, and as you'll hear, there's even extradition proceedings that have been launched. Next slide, please. One of the people was a British citizen. He'd been in South Africa many years, worked for many contractors. He thought he could flee South Africa and return to the safety of the United Kingdom. He couldn't. It took 2 years, but he was finally extradited back to South Africa. And as I've touched upon before, the recovery of the proceeds of crime and also extradition in international or cross-border matters are key in discouraging people from engaging in these corrupt practices. Next slide, please. While we've been laughing and joking, corruption, fraud and bribery has a darker side. It works with organised crime and criminals. So people have been getting killed on the Eskom projects. Hitmen. This isn't something out of the movies from Hollywood and the mafia. It's happening on this continent. People have been assassinated by contract killers. Next slide, please. Just because you're in a senior position, the CEO of Eskom, who's been clamping down on corruption, was almost killed by a poisoning attempt. When there's serious money at stake, people will go to any lengths to retain it. Next slide, please. The last case I'm going to use as an example is the P&ID case. This essentially was an investment treaty arbitration that gave a sizable award, about 6.8 billion. By the time it went before the courts in the United Kingdom, the amount at stake for Nigeria was $11 billion. The High Court took apart what had happened. There was bribery and corruption for the initial contract award, cancellation of the contract, and then, during the arbitral process, there was bribery, corruption, perjury. Two of the key players were two Irish gentlemen. I'm not sure if they've ever been extradited or they've had any assets seized, but that would certainly be a big incentive for them never to do this again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sean. If we weren't serious about this topic and we started off as a laughing matter, I think Sean has managed to bring the sobriety and the seriousness as well as the pervasiveness of corruption within the continent and outside the continent. And so that we can delve deeper into these issues, I'd like to address my first question to Andrew. And Andrew, maybe you can give us some definitions of corruption in the construction sector. Also, some of the types of corruption that you see and the allegations of corruptions in the region, both high profile and low profile, so that we can understand what we mean when we talk about corruption in the construction industry. Yeah.
Thank you, Noella. Yes, corruption is a crime, and crime typically encompasses fraud, theft, conspiracy, and corruption sits in that same sort of package. I mean, to be specific about what corruption is, it's the abuse of power or an abuse of a position of authority to secure some sort of benefit. It is endemic everywhere, as Sean says. It's not an Africa problem, it is a worldwide problem. And there's some high-profile cases, the Madupi one. I can attest that I was given an opportunity to work there, but that involved providing a brown envelope with some money in it, and I didn't take that opportunity. But that is an example that we see. Wider afield, certainly in the Middle East, I see corruption in the form of approved vendor lists used by employers as a means to coerce contractors into giving work to family members. At a very high level, obviously Qatar won the World Cup. Anybody who's British was very upset about that because Sepp Blatter secured a lot of money. Qatar's view was, well, I was just playing along the rules for the FIFA selection. So there's corruption everywhere. Some recent examples, MBS in Saudi Arabia has had a big clampdown on corruption. He put a lot of his relatives under house arrest and said to them all, you can get your freedom back if you give me 70% of your assets. And in return, he secured $109 billion of money, which he's now ploughing into his major developments in Saudi Arabia. So yeah, corruption is everywhere. It's not just Africa, the Middle East. Certainly in the UK, as an example, corruption is frowned upon. There's some strong laws on competition laws. And a recent case in the UK involved a subcontractor called Keltbray. And they participated in a practice called cover pricing, where Keltbray would collude with other contractors to fix tender prices. And they got caught out, and as a consequence, they suffered a $20 million fine, which was 10% of their turnover. So it's not just Africa, it's everywhere.
Andrew, before you hand over the mic, what are some of the forms of corruption? Because I feel corruption is a very wide term, but when we talk about particular instances of corruption, what would we name them, these particular instances?
Particular incidences are, having to provide a nice house or something to get onto a tender list, maybe an example. Other sort of frauds that you see, on site, is falsifying of labour records, inflation of invoices, and as Sean pointed out, you tend to see quality of workmanship degrade, substandard materials being included in the works. And obviously with the earthquake that you saw in Thailand recently, there was only one building that collapsed in Bangkok. And there's allegations now around that building in that it incorporated substandard steel from suppliers. So that's the sort of corruption and fraud that you can see on site.
Thank you, Andrew. I think what you bring to the fore is corruption is not limited to a brown envelope, as we would say in Kenya, with some money and handing it over to someone. It's much wider. It's shortcuts when you're constructing. It's overcharging. It's a wide range of things. So it's not a narrow thing that you do. And that brings us neatly to Bernd. And Bernd, I think for the lawyers in the room and the non-lawyers who are interested, are you able to give us some legal definitions of corruption so that we understand the legal underpinning of the word corruption?
Thank you, Noella. Yes, so legally, this is what Andrew actually just already mentioned. Corruption is typically referred to as the abuse of entrusted power for private gain. So the abuse of entrusted power for private gain, that can include bribery, embezzlement, even nepotism and favoritism. And from a criminal law perspective, there are two categories. So there's active bribery, where you offer or give an undue advantage, and then the other side, the passive bribery, where you request or receive an undue advantage. And corruption can also include acts such as trading and influence, illicit enrichment, and misuse of public office. And there are a number of legal frameworks out there, and the ones that one should know about is obviously the US Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, the FCPA, that applies to US companies and individuals, as well as foreign entities listed in the US and acting within the US territory. There's the UK Bribery Act of 2010, which has an extraterritorial application, and it covers all companies doing business in the UK regardless of where the conduct occurs. And there are some international guidelines and standards such as the OECD Anti-Bribery Convention that binds 44 countries and that requires the parties to that convention to sanction legal persons and companies and to implement corporate compliance measures. There's Transparency International guidance that is not a legal instrument but is very influential in shaping policy and compliance. And then we have the United Nations Convention Against Corruption of 2005, of which over 180 states are parties.
Thanks, Brent. So I think we don't have a dearth of legal provisions, legal statutes, legislative framework that seek to combat or mitigate the risks of corruption generally. I don't think the problem is we don't have enough laws. There may be a bigger problem because if we have these laws and corruption is still very prevalent, what could be driving it, quite apart from the fact that maybe we have weak laws? And that takes me straight to Bwalia. And maybe, Bwalia, you can talk about whether there are any political or economic factors that influence the pervasiveness of corruption within the construction industry, or possibly any other factors that you think are driving corruption in the project delivery industry, given that we have sufficient laws and a sufficient legal framework, but we still have this big problem.
Thank you, Noela. I think by now we all understand what corruption is. And we all know that it's deeply rooted in both cultural as well as political economic structures. It is also often quite systemic and institutionalized. There are few identifiable structures that promote corruption. Number one, when it comes to cultural factors, there's moral norms. Nepotism, for example, which is quite a common problem in Africa, right, is one form of corruption, right? It undermines merit-based systems, as we all know. Informal social networks and patronage based on culture, right? This relies on the connections to powerful patrons from the same culture background. Again, I think that is well understood in Africa. Personal connections and informal relationships are used to influence decision-making to secure benefits. I think some of these have been mentioned earlier, right? Often at the expense of the public interest. The system, just like nepotism, ignores merit objective criteria. And it also undermines a formal or public institutions. As a result, right, resources can be misallocated to those with the right cultural connections. And I think most of us have come across that. I think it's nothing strange. Number three, it comes to fairness, impartiality based on cultural background again, right? This undermines fairness and impartiality as personal gain overrides ethical conduct and the rule of law, which then leads to biased decisions. And there are some common threads in what I'm saying here. And also leads to erosion of trust in institutions, which was mentioned earlier. This in itself leads to more corruption. I need to refer to my notes. Now, when it comes to political economic factors, weak governance and accountability, I think that is a given, right? Weak institutions, rule of law, and lack of accountability often create an environment for corruption to flourish. Economic factors, poverty, inequity, and the lack of economic opportunities act as incentives for individuals to engage in corruption, to survive, and to gain access to resources. Political patronage, right? Public resources are quite often used to reward political supporters at the expense of the public. Patronage is also used to protect the corrupt. Lack of transparency and public oversight. This, particularly in public procurement, financial and decision-making processes often facilitate corruption. Why? Because corruption becomes hard to detect in such circumstances. Now, going back to, I think, Noella, the second part of the question was on projects, right? I think Sean has mentioned some of these, right? Procurement. I mean, in general, each project stage with procurement requirements may attract corrupt practices. For example, and I think this is a part of what Sean indicated, tender procurement conditions are set in such a way that one or more friendly contractors, for example, it can be a consultant, qualify to carry out the master's wishes. In other words, to carry on further with corrupt acts, because you've identified a contractor who's capable of taking your actions, right? Yesterday we talked about initiation, feasibility stage, and planning stages. So, what normally happens at this stage is that you find that a feasibility study may be made viable when it's not. This is for the sole purpose of pursuing corrupt acts at a later stage, because everybody knows this is unworkable, but we'll use it for corruption purposes. And I've seen, over my 43 years, 44 years now actually, in the industry, I've seen all these types of corruption. Don't ask me what I've done about it, because I didn't raise the hand when Sean asked the question. Dishonest acts.
Thank you, Bladia.
Yeah.
Can I just add a comment? So, certainly, just from a Middle East point of view, the thing that I take is that the corrupt practices are accepted business practices that have gone on for years. But as a culture, you've got to accept that those practices need to change. So it's definitely cultural issues that need to be addressed to address the corruption.
Thank you. So I think we now know there are other factors that drive corruption, but I'd like us to look specifically at the construction industry. And maybe, Andrew, you can give us a bit of the practical illustrations of how corruption manifests itself in a project, and particularly a construction project. And maybe you can give us a bit of the kind of loss and damage that is resultant from that corruption, and who the victims of this loss are. How does it trickle down? And what's the impact? And that's because why are we here? Why are we discussing this topic? I think we need to get to the root of that.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, in very simple terms, the losses that you see incurred are, poor quality workmanship, poor materials. As a contractor, you end up paying more for the services that you got delivered by your subcontractors. So all that is doing is increasing your costs. Now, if you're a contractor who's working for government entities, that means that your projects to build your infrastructure for a country, is getting more expensive. So the real loss is that your tax dollars that you get as a country that you want to invest into your infrastructure just isn't going as far as it possibly could. So the victims really are, first off maybe the contractor, but then the contractor might palm off some of that cost that he's incurred as claims, so disruption claims. So ultimately that cost is going to come to the employer, and certainly if the employer's government entities, then ultimately it's the taxpayers that are losing out. And as you saw in the video, that's lots of money being spent delivering no infrastructure.
Thank you, Andrew. And that brings us, I think, to Frida. And Frida, we probably want you to talk about risk in the context of construction contract. In your experience, what are some of the most common red flags that integrity due diligence reveals in infrastructure projects in Africa? And how can companies effectively assess that risk where there are politically exposed persons? Because I think we've heard from Walia that a large component of corruption is driven by not only cultural and economic factors, such as poverty, etc., but it's also driven by political factors. So maybe if you can cover that for us.
Sure, thank you, Noella. Hello, everyone again. Before I start, by show of hands, how many of us are familiar with an integrity due diligence? Integrity due diligence or reputational due diligence? Because I know we'll be familiar with commercial, financial, tax, but how many people have been exposed to or come across integrity? One last time. Awesome, not so many people, so the presentation will be very relevant. As my co-panelists have rightfully discussed, there's a clear nexus between political stakeholders and the business community, private contractors, the construction industry, especially when it comes to government-backed projects or high-value projects. In most of the investigations or cases that I have covered, the clients that come to us will be financiers or investment teams, and they're asking us to basically look at the track record or reputation of the companies, asking us to look at the probity of the tender award, who was involved, who approved it, was there any opportunity or indication of facilitation payments, and how does that play out? So, we're coming off from the premise of this is a cultural disease that has to be put in the context of the society we're living in. So you're going to have the institutional weaknesses, regardless of whether we have legal frameworks or not. So one of the issues that we are constantly looking at is beneficial ownership. You have formal records from the registries. You have companies declaring, these are our shareholders, these are our directors, but do you take this information at face value, and what are the implications of those? So in most of the cases that I have handled involving large infrastructure projects, what's written on paper is not usually the case, and we have to verify this, not just by taking the corporate records as they are, but counter-checking with any litigation records, media reports, speaking to sources on the ground. I'll quickly give an example of a recent case in South Sudan, and this was a development finance institution asking us to look at one of the funders or project promoters. And we had, in conflict and fragile affected states, registries are not centralized, etc., the information cannot be verified. So we had, for the Kenyan practitioners, a CR12 equivalent, which is basically just a company extract showing, these are the names of the shareholders and directors. But we had conflicting information from the sources that we had spoken to in Juba and the wider business community. And it was clear who the ultimate owner of the project was. So when we presented this to the client, there was pushback because a lot is at stake. We're going to sign this, so you cannot all of a sudden come and tell us that this project promoter is a PEP, a politically exposed person, or someone who's close to a PEP. And they now digged into, okay, what are the processes? But we have this information from the registry saying this. And for the client, it was helping them appreciate the institutional weaknesses that are in this jurisdiction and why the disclosed information could differ from what sources on the ground are reporting. So it's a mix of both. For investors, they'll tell you to do your site visits, go in country, talk to the clients, talk to, in this case, in the construction sector, talk to, business partners. Is this company well known in the industry? Do they have comparable projects that they have worked on that you can compare to? Because if you're starting from, red flags, you have opaque ownership, you have PEPs who potentially hold undisclosed interest in the company, you have a company that has no verifiable track record. These indicators should, already be like bringing, you should already be getting attention just from those issues. Nola, do I still have time?
Maybe we can move on to the next part of the discussion, then I'll get back to you,
Sure.
because I think we want to learn a little bit more about the integrity checks that you're talking about. So, Bernd, given that some of us are lawyers in the room, I think what we're particularly interested in is the impact of corruption within the dispute resolution framework. And we know that corruption can be part of the contract that is now the subject of an arbitration. We know there are elements of corruption that can arise from the tribunal itself, but I don't think we're going to go there. We also know that there can be corruption between the council, and then we can have corruption that impacts the enforcement of any award. So I want you to talk a little bit about what your view is on how corruption impacts the dispute resolution framework of construction projects. Yeah.
Right, so corruption in arbitration can appear in several ways. As you just said, it can be used as a defense by one of the parties who's arguing that the underlying contract is invalid because there was fraud or bribery, and that has then consequences obviously on the claims. It can be brought up, it can appear as a surprise development during an arbitration, but that's quite rare. If there are sufficient red flags, it can be brought up by the tribunal itself. Some tribunals are reluctant to bring it up by themselves, but they have a duty actually to bring it up if they see these red flags, and then they have to also investigate and get the evidence from the parties to find out what actually happened. There was a case there was an ICSID case that was decided in 2006 that is quite famous or infamous. It's the World Duty Free against Kenya case, where the tribunal held that a contract procured through bribery was void and unenforceable, even though the claimant in that case argued that the bribe was part of the customary way of doing things. And in that case, the claimant admitted that he had personally paid $2 million in cash to President Moi at the time to secure the investment agreement, and argued that that was a donation to the president, which was customary and expected in Kenya at the time. But tribunals have to be very careful in what they do during the proceedings. They obviously must respect due process, give the parties an opportunity to express themselves, and they're not criminal investigators. So the threshold for the red flags threshold has to be quite high. In terms of the effect in the arbitration is that an outright dismissal is quite rare. The tribunals would evaluate the credibility of the evidence before them of any corruption claims that are made by the parties. And what's interesting is that the standard of proof is very high because corruption is such a severe allegation. I was in a case where we had a big debate about if the standard of proof should not actually be lower because it is in the nature of corruption that is difficult to prove. But the outcome usually is, and the common view is, that the threshold needs to be high because it's such a severe allegation. But it's, you know, the parties or the persons involved in corruption do everything to obviously cover that. So you obviously need to rely on circumstantial evidence. That's usually all you have. You don't have any smoking guns. So under the doctrine of illegality, which was also applied by the tribunal in the duty-free, World Duty Free versus Kenya case, a contract tainted by corruption can be declared void ab initio. So as if it had never existed. And the consequences of that are, of course, that the claimant loses all its rights. So the tribunal, if it comes across corruption, cannot help the claimant. the contract is simply gone. So the corruption has poisoned the entire contractual relationship, and it's a really high stakes gamble. So as far as enforcement is concerned, the New York Convention of 1958, Article 5, subsections 2b, says that an enforcement can be refused if there is a violation of public policy, and corruption is certainly under both civil and common law jurisdictions a violation of public policy, which means that the enforcement court can simply refuse enforcement. So you can win an arbitration, but if there's a corruption allegation made at the enforcement stage, that doesn't get you any further. There are some ways in which parties can mitigate that risk. One is to include anti-corruption clauses in contracts, general anti-corruption undertakings, compliance with laws clauses, audit and inspection rights, or the obligation to report misconduct. And there are others, and this you find that regularly in construction contracts as well. Another way is to document all compliance efforts that a party is making, avoid agents or intermediaries with an unclear ownership or political connection, as Freda also just mentioned, and then keep, as always in arbitration, keep a clean and consistent evidence trail of all decisions that have been made. So these are the matters that you can do to mitigate.
Thank you, Bernd. And I think just to close off part of the discussion, before I asked all the panelists to give me their views on what they consider the single best measure that can be taken to either combat or mitigate corruption risk in construction projects. I just want Walia and Freda to talk a little bit about how it is that project managers, contractors, developers can embed a culture of integrity in practice in the construction industry. What does this look like in practice? What must they do so that this culture of integrity can be embedded from the tendering process to the execution process, to the payment process, to the handover process? And I can see Sean has a mic. If you want to say something, can also say something on that.
It's actually two things I wanted to mention. Yeah. Corruption isn't necessarily associated with project delivery, but the project becomes a target. In most countries, you expect the police to operate fairly and follow the law. On a project in the Middle East, in United Arab Emirates, the police actually came onto a project site and instructed them to hire pickup trucks from one of the policemen. So there's nothing going on the project itself, but then you had outside influences, and it was a policeman. On the projects that I mentioned, the coal-fired power stations in South Africa, the South African police service obviously weren't happy with their pay. And they realised there was all these expats leaving this project site every day. So they set up radar speed checks. Most of the people leaving that project site on the highway, it was dual carriageway, were using speed control on their cars. So they didn't speed. They were regularly stopped and forced to pay a cash fine. So projects do become targeted, and it's not always the participants and the project structures. So I just wanted to flag that up. But when you've got cultures where the police are corrupt, it's likely the judiciary are corrupt, and it's systemic in certain countries and undermines the whole rule of law.
Thanks, Sean. And so, Walia, given what Sean has said, how do we embed this culture of integrity? If we're saying it's systemic, it's pervasive, it's in the judiciary, it's in the police, it's in us, in this room, it's in developers, it's very wide. Then you can, Frida, you can also add on to that before we all give our parting shot on the question of corruption.
I think it's extremely difficult in a lot of times because all engineers, for example, project managers, subscribe to an integrity sort of code. But what usually happens is that if you begin to fight a system, you'll probably be removed almost immediately on that particular job. So project managers have to be able to stand up and say, fine, you can sack me, but I'm not doing this. I haven't seen come across a case where that has happened, unfortunately. Perhaps some of my colleagues have. And as I said, for the last 43 years, I have had, I've seen all these things. In my case, the Zambian case, the Roads Authority, I was forced to write an article, right, about corrupt acts that were going in. And this is more than 20 years ago. And believe me, they still remember that I did that. So I get no jobs from them whatsoever. But I'm not so worried.
Thank you, Walia. So Frida, just to bring the discussion to a close before our parting shot, maybe you can tell us a little bit about embedding the culture of integrity in our projects.
Sure, thanks, Nola. For the whole room, for business leaders, it has to go beyond compliance to policies or procedures that are in place. It has to start from the leadership. It has to be a top-down approach. It's judged by how are you making decisions under pressure. Because if your organization is known to be a no corruption, company organization, this is going to trickle down to the suppliers, to any third parties, and they'll know if I'm ever dealing with company X, it's a no-go. There's no question to it. Integrity over any financial benefits. So really having if it's the trainings, if it's capacity building, being very vocal. I don't know why we shy away from being very vocal about our anti-bribery stances, anti-corruption stances as organizations and companies. The same energy and effort to give to DEI initiatives is what we should be doing with the integrity initiatives. So beyond compliance, the third-party management, and finally shifting the narrative from a tick box exercise to a genuine process that's embedded within the organization. Thank you.
Thank you. And just for the parting shot, one of the things that comes to mind is it's not very clear to me whether from this discussion we should roll over and give up and institutionalize corruption, just pay for it, pay facilitation fees, legislate, allow for it, and let's do business as usual? Or should we continue the good fight? So should we operate in what is not the reality of our cultural, political, and economic circumstances? And so as my panelists give their parting shots, beginning from Andrew, I'd like each of them to consider this question as they give us the one single measure that they think is most effective in combating and mitigating corruption risk, or if they have a different view, comment on whether we should institutionalize it. And just acknowledge it. It's a reality. Yeah.
In answer, I've got three very, very quick points. For a perpetrator to commit an act, he needs an incentive, he needs an opportunity, there's got to be a rationale behind it, and there's got to be a capacity or a capability. To get rid of the corruption, you just need to address those points and remove one of them. The second point is, we talked yesterday about contractors making profits of 3%, 2%, but we're talking of corruption having an impact of 5%, 10%, 20%. So in my view, it's a no-brainer. Contractors should be, tackling corruption because it will go straight to the bottom line. And my third point, my final point is you can address all of this with sort of good contract procedures, so keeping good records and putting trusted people in the positions of power, making sure your project managers are trusted and the team are trusted. So just as a final closing point, if anybody's a fan of HBO's Chernobyl series or anything from the Cold War, there's a phrase, it's called trust but verify. So that's the phrase. You've got to trust people, but also you've got to put checks in place.
Thanks, Andrew. How about you, Bernd? Do you taking the controversial path, or are you going to encourage us to continue the good fight?
No, we definitely need to continue the good fight and not institutionalize corruption, because if we do so, a lot of projects will never see the light. A lot of projects simply fail because of that, because the money, as the highway we have seen in the video clip, these projects never see the light. I think the key is to have anti-corruption and compliance be proactive. You have to be proactive about it. You cannot lean back and just let it happen and close your eyes. And coming back to what Freda said about the contractor or subcontractor due diligence, you have to do more than scratch on the surface. You have to dig deeper and really make sure at the beginning of a project that you get things on track and not, not get off track because you have closed your eyes or simply didn't want to spend the time or the cost to dig a little bit deeper.
Thanks, Brent. How about you, Sean?
I'm going to be extremely controversial.
Excellent.
Most countries have had laws going back hundreds of years dealing with theft, fraud and other things. People still do it. It's people that commit the crimes. You can pass as much legislation as you want, and it may punish, it may deter, it may recover. You have to start in the family home when children are small. You teach them right from wrong and what's honest and dishonest. And hopefully as that person develops into a professional career, they still hold those values that they were taught by their parents. You don't need legislation, you need honest people.
Thank you. That's very insightful, especially for a mom with a 4-year-old. Walia, what do you think?
Yeah, I think for me, the question of professional institutions, they ought to do more, right? So we have to keep up the good fight. At the moment, there are cases in Zambia which are large corruption cases, but the associations that deal with these professional bodies seem to be protective and do nothing. And I think, I'm not too quite sure whether this is common everywhere else in the world, but definitely Zambia, and I think Malawi, which I'm very familiar with, they are quite common. So professional bodies must come in and fight corruption. Otherwise, they'll end up like me, 20 years, no particular job from one authority. Thank you.
Thanks, Walia. And finally, but not the least, Freda.
Thanks. Listen, corruption can be beneficial for some people in the short term, but in the long term and for the public good, because we don't want to think about ourselves. We're thinking of the future generations. The video we started this presentation with, Honorable Raila mentioned that in the case for Nigeria, the minister showed no road, there was no highway, but he had pocketed all that money, and who was to benefit from the highway? So, let us not be on the wrong side of history, as it said. Let us not be ignorant. And even in situations where there are gaps or weaknesses in institutional frameworks, I know FCPA is quite a hot topic with Trump 2.0. Let us not relax on, being stringent on compliance and integrity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I'd now like to open the discussion for questions from anyone. We have a bit of time, and I think we can take a few questions. First question here. Then you can go next.
Good morning, everybody. I mean, this is a fantastic panel, and it's been very insightful, very educative. I think, the French have a term for, some of the issues. It's complicated. It's very, very complicated. I want to make a few comments, because I've had a career as a finance and projects lawyer. Incompetence is actually, to me, a much bigger problem than corruption. A lot of the people in these public positions and everything, they don't understand what they're doing. It's easier if you have a corrupt person, but the person is competent. I know what I'm saying is a bit controversial, but a corrupt person that's competent, you will get the project done with a lot of fat, whatever. But someone who's incompetent, he's clueless, he just doesn't have a clue. And I'll give you an example of some projects I worked on. There's, this is in Nigeria. This is years ago. And this project has been going on for like 15 years. So I worked on it maybe first 2-3 years. And like 4 or 5 years later, on that road, there were, I forgot the figure, about 2,700 deaths in the newspaper, reported in the newspaper. And it's like, this is a huge social cost to pay for a road not being completed on time, for all this stuff just going on, So my point is, if there's more civic engagement, if there are more competent people in some of these positions, it's going to reduce, it's not going to totally eliminate, the corruption or whatever, but it will, to a large extent, reduce some of the issues that are going on, because you just have a lot of people that are just, quite frankly speaking, incompetent. They know no better. They don't have the sophistication to be on the seat that they're in. So that's like, for me, the first point. Now, the second point is that there has to be a higher level of engagement by the public. So the level of political awareness in society generally, I would say the educational system. In societies where the quality of education at the primary school level, secondary school level is very high, you have a more informed populace. In a lot of jurisdictions, people are like, yeah, corruption, what's that? But if people are engaged, I mean, there used to be classes in ethics. Lawyers, as part of our training, you have professional ethics. But mention that to a lot of people outside the legal industry. They're like, ethics, what's that? So I'll just stop off there. Thank you.
Thank you. And maybe we'll take all questions. For your question, I'll ask panelists to react to it and probably comment on whether they agree that incompetence is a bigger driver of failure of project delivery, and whether there should be a higher level of engagement. But before that, you had a question as well.
Yes, I did. So part of what we do most of the time is we review the company's financial and technical capabilities before issuing guarantees. And of late, we receive multiple requests for guarantees, and you find that the contractor who has been awarded the contract does not even show any sign of going concern or capital adequacy or solvency. So I just want to direct this question to Sean. I'm in South Africa, especially around the context of BEE element. To what extent do you think the whole Black economic empowerment is contributing to corruption in South Africa? And I would also like you to touch into construction mafias and the whole provision around 30% subcontracting rule and procurement. Thank you.
Thanks. So that's for you, Sean. Let's take 2 more questions and then we can answer, because we have 15 more minutes left. So maybe, shall I take one from the back? Let me take one from the back there. And then I'll take one from that side. Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, thank you to the panel. George Vaviano, DLA Piper. Quick question, just to expand a little bit on what Bernd said in terms of a customary way of doing business. And I think the clear-cut cases where something is unacceptable, those are easy, but the difficulty sometimes are the shades of gray. And I wanted to ask, depending on where we are in the world, people approach things a bit differently. The West tends to be much more transactional in nature. Other parts of the world, the Middle East and Africa, are much more relationship driven. And some things that you may do in one country may be considered to be problematic where they may be completely acceptable in another country. So to come to the point and ask the question, I wanted to ask, to what extent are the various standards culturally sensitive, and whether they should be culturally sensitive? Is there a universally applicable standard? Should there be one? Or are we just deceiving ourselves in thinking that that's the case? Thank you.
That's a great question. Last question, I'll take it from that side. The guy at the far end.
I got there in the end, thank you. Stephen Osuo, CBVG Vertex. My question is about what we can do on the continent to address major issues of corruption. And in the context of this question, I would like to just put out the PNID case in Nigeria, which was let in 2010, I think. In 2017, PNID went to a tribunal in London and were awarded 6.6 billion, which ballooned to 11 billion. It took until 2023 for the High Court in the UK to overturn that award. My question is, what can we do on the continent to stop that from going to the West? Why can't we deal with these things on the continent in a more effective manner?
Thank you. So we'll take those questions, and then if there's a bit of time, we'll take an additional question. Okay, let's take your question, because you've asked kindly. One last one.
Thank you very much. On a light note, I was going to accuse the moderator of corruption.
I sensed that, and I corrected myself very quickly.
Thank you so much. I was going to say, for example, do we have systems that actually punish corruption or encourage corruption? I think we need to interrogate that very carefully. And on the back of what Stephen said, we had a president in Nigeria who said, if we don't kill corruption, corruption is going to kill us. I think it's a systemic problem. If we don't have systems that punish corruption, if you have systems that encourage plea bargains, patting crimes on the back, we will continue to have these challenges over and over again. So I think the system has to deliberately punish corruption than encourage or foster the possibilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Another brilliant question. So to take us off, maybe Sean, you can start with the question that was addressed specifically to you, and then we'll distribute the others randomly.
So in South Africa, I'm sure you're all aware, you had an apartheid state. People were disadvantaged. They've passed various laws to try to redress that. One of these is black empowerment and having black certified owned businesses eligible to tender for works. Some of the companies that are tendering don't have any actually history of delivering a project, but they're pre-qualifying for projects. Some of them quite sizable. Quite often the people that are involved in the management of the companies don't actually know what they're doing, and they're bringing other people to partner with them or bring them in as shadow directors. And there is considerable corruption uncovered in a lot of the construction projects because of this. I think due diligence, as well as random audit and forensic analysis of things, can help uncover frauds as they're being perpetrated, and can also help with the recovery of assets. I've mentioned before that you've got to instill honesty into children, and those people who are doing a lot of these things are dishonest people. You don't want to remove necessarily the structures put in place to help redress the historical wrongs, but at the same time you need robust governance, robust oversight. For example, a lot of the packages on Cecilia Medipi ended up having international expert witness firms put in people who did quantum delay and forensic accounting to look at specific items or specific packages, specific claims. So there was a cold eye review by people who were honest and independent and would express a true opinion. I think that's very important in the construction context. South Africa is unusual because it's one of the few countries that has a construction mafia So we've all heard about the mafia in the United States. They're involved in a wide range of things. South Africa, you have people who actually target the construction industry. Every day there's headlines about the construction mafia in South Africa. They're extremely powerful. People are afraid of them. They kill people. And it's not just 1 or 2 killings, it's multiple killings in a month. Unless the governing political party there target resources to put an end to that construction mafia, it's not going to go away. Quite often those people are connected to the party, the ruling party in South Africa. Obviously because of the apartheid area, there was one party that essentially has been able to dominate South Africa, which isn't healthy, and people who are affiliated to the party, who have connections in the party, will pick up work, and that touches upon what you mentioned about black empowerment and how that's been manipulated and corrupted. But you get people targeting construction because there's multiple ways of making money from construction projects. The 2 examples I gave of different police forces in 2 different areas, how they spotted there was some ripe pickings and they wanted their cut. And I don't think we're going to get away from that.
Thanks, Sean. I've seen a hand up.
Sorry, I need to respond as a black South African. I think you've got to get a couple of facts straight, please. Good day, my name is Mark Watson. I'm a black South African. Now, I don't agree fully with what Sean has stated. First of all, in a corrupt environment, you've got to have 2 parties, a corruptor and a corruptee. Now, if you look at the Kusile and Medupi power stations, there's not only one party that's corrupt there. You have multinationals that came into South Africa that have created a corrupt environment. Now, the purpose of black economic empowerment is not what Sean has put out. It was, when we were growing up, we could not do certain trades, we could not do certain qualifications. We either had to go become tradesmen in the building industry, and the purpose of BE was to create an enabling environment for those people that have been disenfranchised for 30, 40, 50 years. In order to do it, there had to be what we call a skills transfer. And that never took place. And that's why we got a law against fronting. What does fronting mean? You will look at the fronting means it's a black named company, Sisonke, for example, but its owners is white. That's corruption. So we cannot only blame, now the construction mafia came about, and I'll tell you how it came about because I was involved in a number of cases around construction mafia. On every, and I do apologize for being late, on every...
I will interject at a point, but if you could just wrap up so that we take the rest of the questions, because you're making an important point.
So in every state tender, 30% of that value must be transferred to local communities and local people of historical black nature, coloreds, Africans, Indians. But what we found is, and we've been involved in mega projects, we found that again, not a black man, but you have this white person behind the scene driving it. Black company name, he takes his maid or his gardener and says, I'm going to give you shares in this company. He gets the tender, but the shareholder gets nothing in return. So if we want to talk about black empowerment, let's talk about the proper intention of black empowerment. It's been violated by both parties, both sides.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. Thanks. I think who wants to take on the question, which I found very interesting, about the customary way of doing things, and that the West tends to be more transactional, and the Middle East, as well as Africa, tends to be more relational, and whether that should be factored in when we're thinking about combating corruption. Who wants to take that one? Okay, so maybe Andrew and Bernd.
I can be very quick, just on George's point, and the point I think came from over there. When I qualified as an engineer, I joined a construction company and worked in construction. And in the tender department, we would typically give cover prices, because if our estimating department was was too busy, we didn't want to forego a tender, and we didn't want to be blacklisted, so we engaged in the cover pricing process. At Christmas, on site, all the subcontractors would bring loads of bottles of wine and spirits onto site as gifts, so we would get lots of gifts. But of course, over the years, things have changed, and probably, George, if you were offered a gift now, you would keep a register of it. I know all the lawyers, and certainly we do, we keep registers of gifts that we may be offered by employers. So my point there is over time, things can change and the culture can change. And certainly, a driver in the UK is there are laws that are applied. So there's the competition law in the UK that is trying to stamp out anti-competitive practices, and certainly the Keltbray example that I gave earlier, a demolition contractor suddenly being lumbered with a $20 million fine because his estimating department was a bit busy, or the law would view it as he was colluding in trying to inflate construction prices. So I think that's my view.
Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, I would also like to answer George's question. So in international arbitration, we definitely have room for cultural diversity. And actually, we appoint arbitrators specifically for cases so that they have an understanding of the contract and of the industry and so on. But that doesn't mean that we should jeopardize integrity. And there needs to be a threshold of integrity. So under that threshold, there may be some diversity about how you look at things, but above that threshold, there shouldn't be no question that certain behavior, certain conduct should be called out and not be tolerated. But where that threshold exactly is obviously a little bit of a gray zone.
Excellent. I don't know if Bwalia and Frida, you want to take the last questions. One was the general question on what can we do in the continent to address corruption? Very general question, but very important question in the context of the PID case in Nigeria. So, and then the second question, maybe Frida, you can take that one, is do we have systems that punish corruption effectively?
I was actually going to answer the second question, which you've passed on to Frida.
Go ahead and answer the second question, Bwalia, and then Frida can answer either or both.
I think in most African countries, there are good corruption laws. I think the problem is application and their use. I mean, in my experience is that these laws are usually used to punish political opponents and other people who are really corrupt. Right now in Zambia, for example, the Public Procurement Act has a section on corruption, which takes you back to the main anti-corruption law. So there is enough there. The things we see that happen that are corrupt, there is enough for these people to be prosecuted, punished, and jailed. But none of that ever happens.
Thank you, Bwalia. And then finally, Frida, you can talk about what we can do in the continent. And you can also maybe react to the comment that was made about competency and incompetency, although I do appreciate that's a totally separate discussion. But to what extent do you think that he's correct in surmising that incompetency is a bigger problem than corruption, and that we need to have more education across all sectors, teaching professional ethics so that the issue of corruption is mitigated or avoided altogether?
Sure, thank you, Noella, and I'll address it in 3 points and some of the questions that had been asked earlier as well. One, on the cultural sensitivity, we are balancing weaknesses versus a need for, FDI inflow and investments and whatnot. So we really have to put these issues into context, and, we'll know of jurisdictions where if you're entering a contract or engagement with someone who's not connected in business circles, in political circles, you're not inspired. It does not inspire confidence. You're not very confident engaging with this person because you don't know what their contacts or networks are. So it's not just identification of an issue or this is a PEP, but how close are they to decision making stakeholders, and what influence do they have in those circles. That will then determine what mitigation measures you're putting into place. If it's covenants, for example, explicitly prohibiting facilitation payments, as an organization, those are the measures you're taking. On corruption versus competency, very controversial question. I'll stick to my earlier stance, because we can't say someone is competent and at the same time pushing for corrupt practices, because why is this not being awarded fairly and in a transparent manner? What are you hiding? If you are fully competent, then we wouldn't have to, be looking at your reputation and track record and underhand payments that are going to place. Finally, on what the continent is doing and can do better, issues like transparency. We're seeing a lot of beneficial ownership requirements and disclosures in company registries across board. We're seeing digitization of processes with, payments to government ministries, for example. As most of you will be aware, if you're stopped and asked for a bribe, ask for a receipt, and that is how you get away. You won't pay for that bribe. So having that paper trail with a digitization of records. And finally, with Kenya, for example, the PPP Directorate is incorporating integrity due diligence requirements for privately initiated projects, for example. So, despite the gaps, weaknesses we're seeing, there's a lot of deliberate actions that are being taken at the same time to counter corruption. Thank you.
Thank you, Frida. And I'd just like to end with a personal reflection of my experience with corruption. And this is what I call outsourcing corruption. I had a client come to me once, long-standing client, great friend, and he tells me he has a new brief. Obviously, I was excited. I was in the office by 7:30, he was there by 8, and when I asked him the nature of the new brief, he said, well, we have instructions from HQ. We can still give bribes, but not directly. Would your firm be able to give us this service? You can imagine my shock. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm told my time is up. If you could give a warm round of applause to this panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Noella, for that fantastic session. Obviously, lots and lots to learn. If you ask for a bribe, please ask for a receipt. An ETR receipt at that. But thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for sharing your experience and the challenges. Certainly, we do not have all the answers to these questions, but the whole idea of having these thought leaders here is that we are able then to agree on some approaches to some of these issues. So thank you so much. I'd like to invite you for a photo, if you could be upstanding. And while they do that, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Nicholas Kane, who's a senior managing director at the Vertex Companies LLC, to help me present the plaques to this wonderful panel. Excellent. Thank you so much. First, we'd like to thank you all for sharing your thoughts. We'd like to first present our first plaque to Madam Noella Lubano, who's a partner at Oraro and Company Advocates in Kenya. Thank you for expertly running this session. We do appreciate your thoughts and reflections. Excellent. Also, thank you to Mr. Andrew Woodward, who's the Regional Director at Quantum Global Solutions from Qatar, for being part of this conversation. Thank you so much, sir. Also, let's appreciate Mr. Sean Gibbs, who's the Chief Executive Officer at Hanscom International Limited from the United Kingdom, for sharing your insights and thoughts on this very important subject. Excellent. Let's have Engineer Bwalia Lumbwe also for really sharing your thoughts on this. Engineer Bwalia is a chartered arbitrator, FedEx certified adjuster and trainer, and chartered construction manager from Zambia. Also, special thanks to Bant L, who is a partner at La Live from Switzerland. Thank you. And lastly, let's hear it for Frida Owino, who's a senior consultant Africa at Control Risk Kenya. Thank you so much, Nicholas, for helping with that. Round of applause again, ladies and gentlemen, to this wonderful panel for taking their time. Excellent. Just before we break, a real quick reminders. If you didn't get a chance to register, the team at the desk have requested me if you could do that over the lunch break. They would really appreciate that. Also, just to remind us that after the sessions later on tonight, we'd like to invite you all to an award gala ceremony that will be an opportunity really for us to honor some of the wonderful work that is happening in this space. Like we did mention, this is our 5th year, and we'll be taking stock of all the good work that has happened. After this, we are heading off for lunch. Lunch is served on the 3rd floor. You will receive your meal vouchers at the exit. Today, we've extended lunch a little bit. It's an hour and a half. And the idea is that we just want to give you an opportunity to network, to connect with the different players in the space. So do take advantage of that. We shall be resuming at 2 o'clock for our afternoon break. All right. Oh. Just quick, in case you're wondering where the dinner is, the dinner will be happening here. So please, don't go to any other floor. It will be happening here. Come, let's celebrate and acknowledge all the good work that has been happening in the industry. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's break for lunch. Bon appetit. We'll see you at 2 o'clock.
Your vibe, you be my sis, girl. I done it, please, oh. You know I got you. Baby, you can put the bills on me, 'cause I can be the perfect gentleman. Oh, you ain't got no worries, girl, just smile. Just smile on me, oh, yeah. Oh, baby, anything you want, oh, I'ma give to you. You feel me? Girl, me, I like your style, I can't deny. Oh, baby, anything you want, oh, I'ma give to you. You feel me? Anything I buy for me, I buy for you. Yeah. Bulungu, bulungu. My body, your body. Bulungu, bulungu, yeah. Bulungu. I'ma make me and you. Bulungu, bulungu, bulungu. My body, your body. Bulungu, bulungu, yeah. Bulungu. I'ma make me and you. Problem in all the feeling.
DJ Bushmix.
Try to enjoy. Wahala in all the feeling. We try to enjoy. Say kata uru not the finish. We try to enjoy. Problem is not the finish. So we try to enjoy. We could dance like Luala, yeah, Luala. 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 Problem, you know they keep person. A person keep person. But all I see finish. A person that person. Problem, you know they last forever. Make you try to enjoy. I want walk up from Pelemujet to Okolo Meta just to find a mentor. Now who talk they hear what? Now who watch they fear God?
Now so then they call me for fun, say my person. Don't give a person, belle uncle. How will they consign me? How will they consign me? I don't know. Problem in on the finish, yo. It took you my life. Sapana, be the best friend, you. Sure you don't know.
Problem in on the finish. We can try to enjoy. Wahala in on the finish, yo. We can try to enjoy. Kata uru not the finish. We can try to enjoy. Problem in not the finish. So we can try to enjoy. Make we dance like Luala. Yeah, Luala. Make we dance like Luala. Yeah, Luala. Dance like Luala. Yeah, Luala. Dance like Luala. Yeah, Luala. Problem in the finish, oh. Problem, wahala in the finish, oh. Dance like Luala. Dance like Luala. Cook that thing. Sugar cane sweet, but your love is sweeter. Cook that thing. So below juice mixed with a little ginger.
DJ Kingston.
Can't seem to take my eye. She said she know me got a girlfriend. I said,
Bushmate.
Body, hey. Girl, I don't really care about your body type.
Back then when I was a new youngin',
you know they after me. See my girl, the last time that I checked, see nothing ain't changed yet, except that I got a big flash.
Stop it! DJ Kingston, the real party killer.
On Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter at DJ Bushmeats.
You go bow for the result, though. Nothing to discuss, cause I did win by bow for the result, though. Nothing to discuss, bow for the result, though. Bow for the result, though. Nothing to discuss, cause I did win by default and without any doubt, though. I'm a me happy adult, though. I no go feed the girl, I no go feed the guys out, though. I'm a mind that's with the talk, oh. I put my life into my job and I know I'm in trouble. She manipulate my love, oh. I know holy, and I know that get boss. Like the Baba Frayo, my ayo, don't cry, yo. I need people and shadow. I need people and shadow. I need people and shadow. Shadow. I need people and shadow. I need people and shadow. I need people and shadow. I dey Port run then kill Soboma. I dey try to buy moto, want Toyota Corolla. My feelings been they swing like Django Lover. Feelings been they swing like Django Lover. Now you crash your Ferrari for Lucky Bona. Now some more to remake could have been all over. My feelings today swing like Django Lover. Feelings today swing like Timbani at you. Come on, why don't you finish soon? Why you say I did nothing for you when if I do anything you want me to do? Timbani at you. Come on, why don't you finish soon? Why you say I did nothing for you when if I do anything you want?
DJ Bushmate.
Sugar cane sweet, but your love is sweeter. Hey. So below juice mixed with a little ginger. Oh girl, I wanna be with you, but you know they got enough time for me. I wanna live with you. I got the reason why I can't suffer to find your love. Girl, you never know, so you gon' gas up. Man, them suffer to find your love. Girl, you never know, so you gon' gas up. Man, them suffer to find your love. Girl, you never know, so you gon' gas up. Man, them suffer to find your love. Match on your chin now, girl, don't talk. Got me like a thief in the night, long jaw. But you know, say, all of my niggas, them ball. Nothing you go ever need at all. Match on your chin now, girl, don't talk. Taking it a break, and then me, I know the rush. Maybe, if you want me, touch your rubber, my miss with me.
Show me a jigger, let me see, and let me see the woman that is with. I put a couple $1,000 on your wrist. Mama, they can't touch you. I ain't never see this kind, babe. We do so kind things, make me feel some kind way. You know I'm not just tryna get laid, cause I know some kind chicks do it for the right pay. Baby, make I fire you with my machine gun. 16 rounds, I be King Kong. Girlie, make I sample you my brand new song. Baby, love.
Oh, girl, I wanna be with you. But you know they got enough time for me. I wanna live with you, yeah. I got the reason why I can't let go. Girl, you never know, so you come pass up. Man, them suffer to find your love. Girl, you never know, so you come pass up. Man, them suffer to find your love. Girl, you never know, so you come pass up. Man, them suffer to find your love. Girl, you never know, so you come pass up. Man, them suffer to find your love. Señorita, mamacita, body bad and the craze for your features. Nice to meet you, Jimmy Sika. Only wanna deceive on my future. Oh, I wanna teach your body a thing or two. If you know the things we do, this love will not be jump no April Fool. Yeah, girl, some more, you me second. 5-star boomba, nyatoba. Kaba kaba miaka tamina ngobe. Oh my, I need my boss, my mama. All of my guys are thugs, but you know I'm rude though. I mean, if you wanna give it up, go trap too much for your love. Yeah. All of the guys, they want you. They don't know that I got you. And they never been where we been from. Show my obsession. When I put you in the right skirt, shawty come and ride in my backseat. Would you tell me what you want, what you fancy? Waiting on my ride like a taxi. I wanna be with you. But you know they got enough time for me. I wanna live with you. I can see the way I can let go. Girl, you know, so you gon' pass up. Man, them suffer to find your love. Girl, you never know, so you gon' pass up. Man, them suffer to
DJ Kingston.
Can't seem to take my
DJ
eyes off
Bush
you.
Mix.
Can't seem to take my eye. Can't seem to take my eyes off you. Spatially I bite and move. You ain't hold that 10, you want to hold that 10. Baby, let me take a look. Oh Lord, me want all the girls in the whole world. I know what I'm doing is so wrong. But since no man can focus, we definitely don't give a fuck. She said she know me got a girlfriend. And so what if I do? She said she know me got a woman on me bed. What if I, oh la la, what if I do? Listen to me quick, so me girlfriend says she wants me back home by 2. What will I do? So me tell her say my car broke down at mile 2. Girl, I won't be home so soon. Oh Lord, me want all the girls in the whole world. I know what I'm doing is so wrong. But since no man can focus, we definitely don't give a fuck. She said she know me got a girlfriend, and so what? What if I do? She said she know me got a woman on me bed. What if I do? Girl, I am wayward. Be like not the only way forward. Your back looking like 2 planets. You're not from the same world. Alright. Girl, I am famous. Swear down, I'm a playboy too. And if you bust up my brain too much, I swear if it's break up. Can't seem to take my eyes off you. Spatially I bite and move. You ain't roll that 10, you wanna hold that 10. Baby, let me take a look. Oh Lord, me want all the girls in the whole world. I know what I'm doing is so wrong. But since no man can focus, we definitely don't give a fuck. She said she know me got a girlfriend, and so what? What if I got a woman on the bed. What if I, what if I do? She said she know me got a girlfriend, and so what? What if I do? She said she know me got a woman on the bed. What if I do?
The last time that I checked, now before I digress, my girl, you told me that I'm not your love interest. See, my girl, the last time that I checked, see, nothing ain't changed yet. Except that I got a big bag and a big flag. Don't make nobody tell me nonsense, my nigga. Streets is so cold, my nigga. May nobody come try cry me a river. I'ma pull through like the strings on my guitar. Nonsense, my nigga. The streets is so cold, my nigga. May nobody come try cry me a river. I'ma pull through like the strings on my guitar. So cold outside, my brother. I don't want pull no trigger. I just want live, cause I can play. I don't want no wahala. It's so cold outside, my brother. I know the hate on the brother. Me, I just want live, cause I can play. I don't want no wahala. Oh, it's so cold outside. Me, I know they let nothing to worry me. I know they let nothing to bother me. Me no owe no one apology. You know say she don't know they bother nobody. Me, I know they let nothing to bother me. I know they let nothing to bother me. Me no owe no one apology. Do you get me? Me nobody tell me nonsense, my nigga. Streets is so cold, my nigga. Me nobody come try cry me a river.
DJ Kingston. Follow him on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter at VDJKingKingston. For bookings, call him via 0742 565 300.
Ladies and gentlemen, they call me Robo. Baby, can I give you my wish list? Can I give her my kisses to you? Cause she be my wish list. Oh, promise me that you are mine. Can I tap light from your light? I go make sure that you are fine. Gucci, Prada, and Dior. They don't die. Girl, you they blow my mind. I'm holding you for life. Anything money can buy. So baby, just decide. Girl, I know men ask come, but baby, can I try? Loving and money combine. You be my medicine. Only you are your body. If you love, we get money inside. Loving you till the morning. However you need, get call me. Relax the handy cuddling. Only you are your body. However you need, get call me. Loving you till the morning. As I don't blow. So many girls, man, they see these days. I place no one above ya. If I ever Jones, they no give me space. I can't seem fit to kill, man. I no go use to catch cruise. I no go play for fool. Yeah. Wherever you need me, however you need me, whenever you need me. Yeah, you they blow my mind. I'm holding you for life. Anything money can buy. So baby, just decide. Girl, I know men ask come, but baby, can I try? Loving and money come by. If you love me, get money.
DJ Kingston, the real party killer.
On Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter at DJ Bushmeat.
All because of you, I be on the phone all night long. Don't be smart, see when you do it to me. Oh no. I be on my business, shawty, but you be on my mind, shawty. Let me, all of my honey, kiss me to the cellular, kiss me to the phone. Can't you see I'm into ya? Can't you see I'm in love? Kiss me to the cellular, kiss me to the phone. Yeah, messing with my medulla, I can't talk alone. Oh no. Emiliano, no.
Yo, ni bahati tena mtoto mama. They call me the ghetto president. Na unasikiliza mix za DJ Mkali, DJ Bushmeat, out of the Makufu Entertainment.
Like I know I see beat for real life, for real life. In my condo, loving up your body in fast and slow mo. If I hit you, it's my combo. Can you never ever let me go? Dancing, kiss me to the cellular, kiss me to the phone. Can't you see I'm into ya? Can't you see I'm in love? Kiss me to the cellular, kiss me to the phone. Yeah, that's where my medulla. I don't go low. Oh no.
DJ Kingston.
Before the love came in, now you be soldier. Turn around, no send me. Now I'm alone. Now you no send me. You just a pose. You just a popo me. You just a go. You know they answer me. Ewo, ewo, kilo deo. Ewo, ewo, kilo deo. See the way I dey beg you, she bambi alamu Jenny. And you know say you fine too. All the girls go they find you. All the guys gonna find me. Me I no fit attend to. Me I no fit compare you. Be you, it be me. Normally, I know they do like this, but nobody only. Don't be say I be John the Baptist. I got issues, Girl, I made you cry and I gave you tissues. After that, I kissed you. Then we made sweet love like we always do. Say I let you on. You said before long, we were having fun. Then suddenly the love came in. Ewo, kilo deo. Ewo, kilo deo. Anyway, I dey beg you, she bambi alamu Jenny. And you know say you fine too. All the girls go they find you. All the guys gonna find me. Me I no fit attend to. Me I no fit compare you. I wish I said this before, but you're messing with my mind. Sing me songs, make some love, put your hands under my thighs. I know say you be hot cake, 100 yards off by my TDI. For me say I be hot cake, 100 yards off be my TDI. Ewo, kilo deo. Ewo, kilo deo. See the way I dey beg you, she bambi alamu Jenny. And you know say you fine too. All the girls go they find you. All the guys gonna find me. Me I no fit attend to. Me I no fit compare you.
DJ Bushmeat.
My mind there for you. My heart beats for you. Every time when I think of you, I don't know. I feel loved again. I don't want to wait for days. Let me have you in my arms again, please. When they all said I can't have you, I proved them wrong, I came for you. And you were done and they want to. Mama, you know I still come through, Give me love, yeah. Forever, yeah. I just wish for your love. My mind there for you. My heart beats for you. Every time when I think of you, I don't know. I feel loved again. I don't want to wait for days. Let me have you in my arms again, please.
Your mind there for me. Put it on my bare body. Love it in the yellow heat. Separate the soul and spirit from body. Yeah, you take me heavenly. 2117, my head is spin, my dear that heavily. Say liar, liar, liar. Girl, I see me and you. Everything will concern you, consign me. Psychiatry, we cannot delete my Girl, I see me and you. Everything will concern you, consign me. Psychiatry, we cannot delete our Shawty, you were trying to run on me. I've been going on my own. I've been doing things I know. Walked in when I was a new young kid. Walked in when I was a new young kid. Shawty, you were trying to run on me. I've been going on my own. I've been doing things I know. It's a day one, you running right back. Say the drama, you running off track. It's a one life, you tell me one life. One time, you tell me one time. Open your eyes, baby. Can you be wise, cause I'm a pride, baby. I'm on the way, I'm on the run, baby. Leave me alone, take it back now. I put you on it. Say you want chance to hold it on me. I think I hold it back. Turn you right around, take it my way. So tell me what you need from me now. I know what you need to be now, cause I'm done with it now. No more damages now. Say, tell me what you need from me now. I know what you need to be now, cause I'm done with it now. No more damages, no more damages. Back then when I was a baby girl, I was yours and you were my world. Tell me what you wanna do for me now. Take you down and I will hold you to run my race, cause you run it right there. Run my race, cause you take it right there. I've been down, I've been running right there. I've been out, could you take it back there? Pull up tonight, I might be risky. Buy me stomach, forget the whiskey. But you still wanna get back with me. You trying to be the one and deal with. Don't got my phone, you're not in my band. You missed the way in, not the one chance. I live my life, don't need you with me. Yeah. So tell me what you need from me now. I know what you need to be now, cause I'm done with it now. No more damages now. So tell me what you need from me now. You know where I need to be now, cause I'm done with you now. No more damages, no. Tell me what you need from me now. I know what you need to be now, cause I'm done with you now. No more damages now. So tell me what you need from me now. I know what you need to be now, cause I'm done with you now. No more damages, no.
Yo, ni bahati tena mtoto mama. They call me the ghetto president. Na unasikiliza mix za DJ mkali, DJ Bushmeat, out of the Makufu Entertainment. Bushmeat, pull it up.
I didn't fit it, but I rock it like a baby in a car. I put the water in the ocean in the city that I'm from. I like the room in the dark cause my blink is a touch. I watch fashion that's a day in the mirror that I saw. Shipping at the ball, we go ball. Flex city tall. I go set to the front. No return. And when I enter the club, no day my front. Cause me I get it gone. No they do me wrong. Oh, I'm a fashion killer, yeah. I got much to deliver, yeah. When I pass you shiver, yeah. And my ass got thicker, yeah. I'm a fashion killer, yeah. I got much to deliver, yeah. When I pass you shiver, and my ass got thicker. Image, picture, a chandelier on my head. I see the diamonds wet everywhere. I know you see me drenched in finesse. Oh, resign. Think of it, a brown shirt and blue ribbon. Diamonds awaken every time I need it. Babushka on everything, my allegiance. Oh, I'm a fashion killer, yeah. I got much to deliver, yeah. When I pass you shiver, yeah. And my ass got thicker, yeah. I'm a fashion killer, yeah. I got much to deliver, yeah. When I pass you shiver, and my ass got thicker. Oh, I'm a fashion killer. I got much to deliver, yeah. When I pass you shiver,
DJ Kingston.
Tell me why you they confuse me, oh baby. Your body too attractive, and the way I fall for you, it be like magic. Oh no, the way you did me, I go day, and I no go fit to come another day. Although I go they call you my baby, and together we go there, we no go fade
option, no be lie. Oh, yeah, make you fly away, make you run away. So make you call on me. You don't say I go pull up on you. You don't say I go what? Call on me. You don't say I go pull up on you. Yeah, you don't say I go pull up on you. So we enter part 2. Stepping at the place, everybody confused. Everything move, I like proof. Smoke and booze, oh yeah, make you feel good. Oh. Now when you day, where I go day. And I don't go fit to come another day. Although I go to call you my baby. Now together we go there, we no go fade away. Why be say that you in my mind? Say you no be option, no be lie. Oh yeah, make you run away, make you fly away. Oh no. Why be say that you in my mind? Say you no be option, no be lie. Oh yeah, make you fly away, make you run.
You don't wanna fake it. If you wanna have fun, come on, buy a ticket. We will fly around the world, tell me our lesson. Cause you told me you was never leaving. Music is mad, I found me more I can't do. Nah, I no go feel no cause. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. If you can't now move, stand by, oh. Guy man no figure, guy man no. Should be you babo. Wine for the girl, then slow wine. Wine for the girl, then slow wine. Wine for the girl, then slow wine. Kwane wako shasa, Wine for the girl, then slow wine. Wine for the girl, then slow wine. Wine for the girl, then slow wine. Kwane wako shasa, Yeah, don't know the exterior, you can't even fake it. Jackie on your speakers, Party about to turn up, cause I am your missus. And you know, yes, you know that I can be an option. Music is mad, I find me more I can't do, nah. I no go feel no cause, Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. If you can't now move, stand by, Guy man no figure, guy man
DJ Kingston. Follow him on Instagram, Facebook and Twitter at VDJ For bookings, call him via 0742 565 300.
Girl, let me rock your body till the sun comes on. Let's make love till my song comes on. I'll give you my heart, it's extra love. It be true love, I be see when I look in your eyes.
Ting-a-ling-a-ling, dancehall queen. Let me give you loving like an African king. You know what I mean? Fresh and clean. Body sweeter than a J down tangerine. You know I like that. If they touch you, I go fight back. Feeling like I'm on the right track. And nobody figure your matter the way you carry your matter, baby. I've been around the world 360, but I keep falling in love like me tipsy. I'ma send you flowers on the weekly. Might be gone till November. I'll be right back quickly for you.
DJ Kingston.
Fine like a dash sound, back no big like a caterpillar. But baby, I get agenda. I wanna love you forever. Say you know they see my signal, because I'm loving you now. Now I they don't all my ginger. So you just say I need them. When I move my body, make you move. Oh. When I ask for money, make you give. Oh. Yeah, make you give. Oh. Yeah, give. Oh. One left below, one left below, below. One left below, one left below, below. One left below, yeah, yeah. One left below, yeah, yeah. See, I got something to tell you, baby. Say you gon' be my lover. And I wanted to ask you, baby, would you be there forever? Or you go waka 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 all the town? So you no go give me anytime I come around. Me I go give you anytime me come around. Baby don't kill me, yeah.
You be like the for my life, you no be like at all. You give me love, oh, when me never feel before. You give me joy, oh my God, do I can get enough. You give me love, oh, when me never feel before. I'm coming clean, first time I'm feeling any jealousy. Don't give my secrets to my enemies. Oh, you know me, don't trust nobody. Oh, baby, you know me. You know me well. Anytime I kiss, I never tell. Oh, baby, know me well. Why not for me, make I go? Show me love, I never know. How you walk, I'm on, baby. You be like the for my life, you no be like at all. You give me love, oh, when me never feel before. You give me joy, oh my God, do I can get enough. You give me love, oh, when me never feel before.
Me will never stop selling till we see the show. Senorita, give me love and me not see before. Drunk in love with your doings, baby, I'm so tough. Anybody we know like I'm fit will ring the top. I said I want more, we get the friend, I beg your comfort. I hope you get a picture of where I come. I'm with the squadron, chicks all about me cause I be all crowd. They wanna feel my solo gamba, I see they pro. I'm on top, me and your Joe, me never drop. Chicks wanna follow me, you me real on the close up. Every function and junction, I'm not sure they gonna stand the love through them, say give me potion.
You be like the for my life, you no be like at all. You give me love, oh, when me never feel before. You give me joy, oh my God, do I can get enough. You give me love, oh, when me never feel before.
DJ Kingston, the real party killer.
All I need for you, go by me, you know. I'll be there for sure, listening to you. Just do what you do, girl, I'm watching you. I'm thinking about what we about to do. No joking, no, we'll take it slow. The way you like it, though. Ironic that you, all I need that you know it's true. Baby, you got one person, sure you know something. See that no they that person. You go see something, you go like lesson. Shawty your trust, you my medicine. You go one person, sure you know something. See that no they that person. You go see something, you go like lesson. Shawty your trust, you my medicine. For it, should be the wine for it, for it, for it. For you the wine for it, for it, for it. For you the wine for it, say for it, for it. For you the wine for it, say for it, for it. For you the wine for it, for it, for it. For you the wine for it. See baby, I go sit up, oh. When it comes to you, my Juliet, I be your Romeo. When I get chance, so you come into, trying to see you, oh, be meta, oh. Sansiba, your body takes me on a trip so far. Bouncing up, it's your temple, I worship from afar. Sansiba, your body takes me on a trip so far. Bouncing up, it's your temple, I worship from afar. Should the wine for it, for it, for it. For you the wine for it, for it, for it.
Hallelujah, me I know what to die. Boss, my shit don't know me yet I do. I'm a rip, you're spinning me crocodile. They are ready now. They are, go slow, I be now. When I die, now you go green, let go. Somebody come meet the doctor. I think that I am in love, and I'm begging now. She know they are, go slow, I be now. When I die, now you go breathe, let go. She shutting me up, she giving me styles, different head styles, she be my papa. She doing her eyes, she making a sound, she casting a spell,
I feel like I have been dashed, I'm intoxicated, like I am a drug. Was a good boy, but she turned me bad. Got me doing things that I never planned it. The other day, she be offering me bully. Then we had sex, we been so unruly. We been having wild times for sure. It's not safe, but I want it more. Anytime we do me party up, any dance, you dey make me mad over me. I don't understand, but you know it's saying you dey walk out, you dey galavado. No, yeah. Somebody call me the po. This guy don't give me my heart, go.
I feel like you're an angel in a demon body. That's why me not hesitate to screw you. When she walk through the hallway with a sainted body, call on make a man knows them. Can you move to the reggae no be blues? And no, yeah, make a suck you know. Can you move to the reggae no be blues? And no, yeah, make a suck you know. Be like the way that you roll it, jiggy like that, and I know that you know that. Bushmates. Be like the way that you roll it, jiggy. Be like the way that you roll it, jiggy like that, and I know that you know that. Me feel ya. And everybody evil, nobody only like that. Put your hands on the pole, wine selector. She puff cannabis smoke and she lit it. She a body of the highest order, crazy girl. I know say me and the Jones, I know there is it like that. My brain in this order, give me the sweet, for real. From me, sweet, c'est la vie, hasta la vie, looking pretty, me need it now, ooh baby, cuckoo kill me, bad carry, cuckoo kill me now, cuckoo beat it, on her knees, she say now we now. Olo mi lara, oh my yama, lo mi lara, oh, tobalo, pare o ma kami lara, oh. Oh my Jomi Lara, oh. Sweet Cuban girl, she a want an Amira. She give herself to me and she wants me to tear her. Finish with her, she tell me thank you. Email her. Can you move to the reggae no be blues? And no, yeah, make us suck no. She puff cannabis smoke and she lit it. She a body of the highest order, crazy girl. I know say me and the Jones, I know there is it like that. My brain in this order, so give me that. Sweet, for real, from me. Sweet, c'est la vie, hasta la vie. Looking pretty, me need it now. Ooh baby, cuckoo kill me, bad carry, cuckoo kill me now. Cuckoo beat it, on her knees, she say now we now. Sweet, for real, from me. Sweet, c'est la vie, hasta la vie. Looking pretty, now we. Cuckoo kill me, bad carry, cuckoo kill me now. Cuckoo beat it, on her knees, she say now we.
Sometimes I'm happy, sometimes I'm sad. Don't know what's over me. Sometimes I'm good, sometimes I'm wild. I don't know what's over me. I don't know what's over me. I'm overthinking everything. At times me feel like nobody can understand the way I feel. Cause I am fucked up totally. I don't know how to keep on burning. So I've been drinking cognac. I've been drinking too many shots of cognac. One for the belly, another for the broken hearts. 3 for addition 4 so I don't go back.
I can never be so. Oh, yes, I did it. I made $1 million I make for a living. You're my little bit of post for the biggie. Let the camera like it, my titty, you know. Nobody's better than me. Nobody's better than me. I do it differently. Everybody can see, but I don't know what's over me. I'm overthinking everything. At times me feel like nobody can understand the way I feel, cause I am fucked up totally. I don't know how to keep on burning, so I've been drinking too much. I've been drinking too many shots of cognac. For your love, I go keep on. Okay. Baby, I can, cause this thing I feel inside, they weigh me down, or the way I fly consult, and no lights out. Now my face you go look down on, but I be now I'm not like that. Yeah, slow, slow, slow. Do me slow, my bina. Do the fast, take go. Take and slow, my bina. Now your love I want. Yeah, start my front. Yeah, no lights out. Gon' cool me down. Yeah, oh baby, balance it. Balance it. Baby, balance it. Balance it. Balance it. Balance it. Baby, balance it. Balance it.
On Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter at DJ Bushmeats. DJ Kingstone. Follow me on social media at VDJ Kingstone.
2 years since I met you, 1 year dating now. I'm ready for forever. Everybody got to know you. Maybe you know, no, say me, I been there plan to marry you. No be only day too, I already know I go wifey you. It be like you go dey tender, you go dey tender, you go dey tender. If I start with the hot, you go put them back. It be like you go get fire, you go get fire, you go get fire. If I start with the cold, you go bring fire. Animal be there, it dey hard to find. You know they see how for all. One came alone, man, and they go. They had to find. You know they see how for all. Hey. Get some for money, get some for money. Oh, I'm a fool, I get some for money, I get some for money. Hey, oh, I can't leave you.
Give them something to talk about you. Try ebelebe, ebelebe. Mwanya lufa fi muka fanenebe. Asamwa ni nebu mebu. Oh no.
This year might be your year. See, I wanted to inspire you to do what you aspire. Your desire. Yeah. Somebody gonna marry this year. Make the money happen this year. Let me tell you something about this year. This year must be better than last year. It's your year. You know this is your year. passion. Are you onto my side? Yeah. You see the bright side. Yeah. Somebody gonna marry this year. Make the money happen this year. Let me tell you something about this year. This year must be better.
DJ Bushmeats.
Somebody gonna marry this year. Make the money this year. Let me tell you about this year. This year must be better than last year. And this is in my eye. She just want to get in my eye. And this is in my eye. It's in my eye. She just want to get in my eye.
I don't wanna live my life for you, live my life for you. All over the news, all over the news. Only God now know the kind of thing I do, the kind of thing we do. When I thank God, I got the lead. Say God no ungodly. Oluwa ain't comforting me. When these people they come body me. When I thank God, I got the lead. Say God no ungodly. Oluwa ain't comforting me. When these people they come body me. It's why I die sometimes. A little Henny and ice. Make a fitty cool my mind. Make a live this life.
DJ Kingstone. Follow me on social media at DJ Kingstone.
Oh, I'm a lady. I'm a lady. Oh, kill it, boy, no. Make I play you my cassette, you. Anything you sell is a market, you. Try to they look from my aspect, you. They loud them at the handset, you. Oh, me I know fi drag it shine. All the one I be my country down. Me I know they try to connect the lights. I just want Charlie boy day, make Charlie boy day. Man, I thank God I got it. Say God no, God in me. All the one I ain't comforting me. When these people they come body me. Man, I thank God I got it. Say God no, God in me. All the one I ain't comforting me. When these people they come, 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 when these people they come.
Open my eyes, show me who they for me. Make I know tape up rose with my enemy. Scatter them far away across the 7 seas. Help away they disguise na principality. Oh Lord have mercy, mercy. This fake love done they plenty. Then they try to man dirty. Ja, man, ja, chasing, yo. Who born the person? We won't cross me, make them try me. Red eye, no more party. Can't kill my light, I'm sorry, oh. When I show, when they make way when I show. When they say I go the boss, I go the dengue, I go the blow. Then go back, I go when I show. When they make way when I show. When they say I go the boss, I go the dengue, I go the blow. As you can see, I'm just beginning, and I trouble nobody, so make nobody bother me. Yeah. As you see me, now God they fight for me. Nobody touching me, can't stop my destiny. Waiting I do. Yeah, be your daily news. Been a long time and I paid my dues. I'm premium now, so I pick and choose. Need a party, one more people, bad boy dicks, I no apologize. Bet on myself and I'm rolling the dice. Calamity.
DJ Bushmeats.
Oh Lord have mercy. This fake love on the plenty. Let me try to man dirty. Ja, man, chasing. Wicked, who on the messy. Who won't cross me, make them try me. Red eye, no more party. Thank you, my life, I'm sorry.
Ever since I got my first hit song, getting jealous. Okay. Really, I protest niggas. But since I got famous, I know they might I couldn't care less. Cause I know there isn't some kind things. The kind things when no consign me. I just say run my things. Yeah. And I know they think it's a lifestyle. It's a lifestyle. I know they think it's my lifestyle.
than most of them. Them they expect me, make a fool for them. I know they post for them. I know they online for 2 weeks. Them say I they ghost on them. Now their own problem. On G, I thank those who discover me. All I me tape, I do honesty. Many girls where they can't find me. I no get time, but in the meantime, come give me something we go ginger. Give it to me while I lean back. Nothing may go fit to hinder my love for you, Lisa. I go fly, you go Ibiza. You know if we need the visa. Yeah, nah, no, it's
What up, Nairobi? This is Maya Team chilling out with DJ Bushman. Usibanduke bana.
DJ Kingston, the real party killer.
Every little thing you did do to me, you sweet to me for body. She your loving fee follow me. Wow, 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 wow. Get your bullet, make her go crazy. I'ma get say you sure for me. Say make her withdraw money. Oh, the man, no good and great. Make a carry your luggage. find you for this. For this, I no trust, I fit to contain. Your body in a package. She know, see, I'm falling for love. Overdose me, love me, overdose me. Now you, I want me, love you, I think I'll follow. Overloading, I'll be overloading. Your bank account, money plenty, tell me the amount.
No one told me love would taste like this. Got my money in my pocket like this. Bitcoin in my wallet like this. Wisdom in my knowledge like this. Follow God, I know they follow man. For you, I might have to consider trips to LA taking photographs. She signed by me, then it's an autograph.
Live to die another day for you, baby. Quit my Casanova ways for you, baby. The only time that you say that you hate me is when I take the last slice of pastry. Now I'm on the run. Loving you till kingdom come, but you drive me crazy. Send someone, still my billboard baby.
Man, I get taxi, they be. I'm all you, I mean, like by me. I just wanna be there when you need me. Baby, now your matter, I did sing all day, yeah. Overdosing, body overdose. I'ma say you carry overload. And you know you bad like commando, yeah. Oh, no good and great. You can carry your luggage. I define you for this. For this, I no trust, I fit to contain. Your body in a package. So you know, see, I'm falling for love. Overdose me, love you, overdose me. Now you, I want me, love you, I think of follow. Overloading, I'll be overloading. Boom shaka, body hotter than fire. Go to be saying I desire. Sister Fatima, check all of
Kingston.
Boom shaka, body hotter than fire. Go to be saying I desire. Boom shaka, body hot. Boom shaka, body hotter than fire. Go to be saying I desire. Sister Fatima, check all of Virginia. Oh baby, anything you want to, I'ma give to you. You feel me? Girl, me, I like your style, I can't deny. Oh baby, anything you want to, I'ma give to you. You feel me? Anything I buy for me, I buy for you, yeah. Pulongo, my body, your body, pulongo, yeah, pulongo. I'ma make me and you, pulongo, my body, your body, pulongo, yeah, pulongo. I'ma make me and you, pulongo. Hold me down, I can deceive you. No long thing, time is precious. I be your vibe, you be my sis, girl. I done it, please, oh. You know I got you. Baby, you can put the bills on me. Cause I can be the perfect gentleman. Oh, you ain't got no worries, girl, just smile for me, oh, yeah. Oh, baby, anything you want, to, I'ma give to you. You feel me? Girl, me, I like your style, I can't deny. Oh, baby, anything you want, to, I'ma give to you. You feel me? Anything I buy for me, I buy for you, yeah. Pulongo, my body, your body, pulongo, yeah, pulongo. I'ma make me and you, pulongo, my body, your body, pulongo, yeah. Problem in all the feeling.
DJ Bushmeat.
Try to enjoy, but in all the feeling. Show you try to enjoy. Say kata wuru no the finish. You try to enjoy. Problem in the finish. So you try to enjoy. We could dance like Luala, yeah, Luala. 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 Why do you know, problem, you know they keep us.
na person keep person. But all I see finish. Na question the person. Problem, you know they last forever. Make you try to enjoy. I walk up from Pelemujet to Apollo Meta just to find a mentor. Now who talk they hear what? Now who watch they fear God?
Now so then they call me for fun, say my person. Don't give it person, belle uncle. How will they consign me? I don't know. Problem in on the finish you. It's your girl. Sapana, be the best friend you. Sure you know.
Problem in on the finish. We could try to enjoy. Wahala in on the finish. We could try to enjoy. Take kata uru not the finish. We could try to enjoy. Problem in the finish. So we could try to enjoy. We could dance like Luala. Yeah, Luala. 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 Problem in the finish. Problem, Bahala, the finish. Dance like Luala.
Sugar cane sweet and color love is sweeter. Cook that thing. So below juice mix with a little ginger.
DJ Kingston.
Can't seem to take my eye. She said she know me got a girlfriend. I said,
Bushmate.
Body, go. Hey! Girl, I don't really care about your body type.
Back then when I was a new youngin',
you know they answer me. See my girl, the last time that I checked, see nothing ain't changed yet, except that I got a big back and a big flex.
Stop it! DJ Kingston, the real party killer.
On Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter at DJ Bushmeats.
You go bow for the result, though. Nothing to discuss, cause I did win by bow for the result, though. Nothing to discuss, bow for the result, though. Bow for the result, though. Nothing to discuss, cause I did win by default and without any doubt, though. I'm a me happy adult, though. I no go feed the girl, is out, though. I'm a mind that's with the talk, though. I put my life into my job and I know I'm in trouble. She manipulate my love, oh. I know holy, and I know that get both. Like the Baba Frayo, my ayo, don't cry, yo. I need people and shadow. I need people and shadow. I need people and shadow. Shadow. I need people and shadow. I need people and shadow. I need people and shadow. I did Patagot when then kill Soboma. I did try to buy moto, one Toyota Corolla. My feelings been they swing like Django Lover. Feelings been they swing like Django Lover. Now you crash your Ferrari for Lucky Bona. Now some more to remake could have been all over. My feelings today swing like Django Lover. Feelings today swing like Timbani at you. I'm a white dog in Fenisu. Why you say I did nothing for you when if I do anything you want me to do? Timbani at you. I'm a white dog in Fenisu. Why you say I did nothing for you when if I do anything you want?
DJ Bushmate.
Sugar cane sweet, but your love is sweeter. Hey.
Sobolo juice mixed with a little ginger. Oh girl, I wanna be with you, but you know they got enough time for me. I wanna live with you. I got the reason why I can't let go. Girl, you never know, so you come gas up. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, so you come gas up. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, so you come gas up. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, so you come gas up. Man, them so far to find your love. Man, show your chin now, girl, don't talk. Got me like a thief in the night, long jaw. But you know, say, all of my niggas, them ball. Nothing you go ever need at all. Man, show your chin now, girl, don't know. Taking it a break, and then me, I know the rush. Maybe, if you want me, touch a rebel, mommy, say, would on me.
Show me a jigger, let me see, and let me see the woman that is with. I put a couple $1,000 on your wrist. Mama, they can't touch you. I ain't never see this kind, babe. We do some kind things, make me feel some kind way. You know I'm not just trying to get laid, cause I know some kind things do it for the right pay. Baby, make I fire you with my machine gun. 16 rounds, I be King Kong. Girl, make I sample you my brand new song. Baby, love.
Oh girl, I wanna be with you, but you know they got enough time for me. I wanna live with you. I got the reason why I can't let go. Girl, you never know, so you come pass up. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, so you come pass up. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, so you come pass up. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, so you come pass up. Man, them so far to find your love.
Señorita, mamacita, body bad and the craze for your features. Nice to meet you, Jimmy Sika. Only wanna deceive on my future. Oh, I wanna teach your body a thing or two. If you know the things we do, this love will not be joke, no April Fool. Yeah, girl, so my boy, you're me second. 5-star boomba, not a bad. Kaba, make a tamina, go back. Oh man, you my boss, my mama. All of my guys are thugs, but you know I'm rude. I mean, if you wanna give it up, go trap too much for your love. All of the guys, they want you. They don't know that I got you. And they never been what we've been through. Show my obsession. When I put you in the right spirit, shawty come and ride in my backseat. Would you tell me what you want, what you fancy? Waiting on my ride like a
girl, I wanna be with you, but you know they got enough time for me. I wanna live with you. I got the reason why I can't let go. Girl, you know, so you come pass up. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, so you come pass up. Man, them so far to
DJ Kingston.
Can't seem to take my
DJ
eyes off you.
Bushmit.
Can't seem to take my eye. Can't seem to take my eyes off you. Especially a bite and move. You ain't hold that thing, you want to hold that thing. Baby, let me take a look. Oh Lord, me want all the girls in the whole world. I know what I'm doing is so wrong. But since no man can focus, we definitely don't give a fuck. She said she know me got a girlfriend. So what if I do? She said she know me got a woman on me bed. What if I, oh la la la, what if I do? Listen to me quick, so me girlfriend says she wants me back home by 2. What will I do? So me tell her say my car broke down at mile 2. Girl, I won't be home so soon. Oh Lord, me want all the girls in the whole world. I know what I'm doing is so wrong. But since no man can focus, we definitely don't give a fuck. She said she know me got a girlfriend, and so what? What if I do? She said she know me got a woman on me bed. What if I do? Girl, I am wayward. Be like not the only way forward. Your back looking like 2 planets. You're not from the same world. Girl, I am famous. Swear down, I'm a playboy too. And if you bust up my brain too much, I swear if it's break up. can't seem to take my eyes off of you. Especially a bite and move. The way you roll that thing, you wanna hold that thing. Baby, let me take a look. Oh Lord, me want all the girls in the whole world. I know what I'm doing is so wrong. But since no man can focus, we definitely don't give a fuck. She said she know me got a girlfriend, and so what? What if I do? She said she know me got a woman on me bed. What if I do? She said she know me got a girlfriend, and so what? What if I do? She said she know me got a woman on me bed. What if I do?
Last time that I checked, now before I digress, my girl, you told me that I'm not your love interest. See, my girl, the last time that I checked, see, nothing ain't changed yet, except that I got a big bag and a big flag. Don't me nobody tell me nonsense, my nigga. Streets is so cold, my nigga. Me nobody come try cry me a river. I'ma pull through like the strings on my guitar. Nonsense, my nigga. The streets is so cold, my nigga. Me nobody come try cry me a river. I'ma pull through like the strings on my guitar. So cold outside, my brother. I don't want pull no trigger. I just want live, cause I can play. I don't want no wahala. It's so cold outside, my brother. I know the hate on the brother. Me, I just want live, cause I can play this. I don't want no wahala. Oh, it's so cold outside. Me, I know they let nothing to worry me. I know they let nothing to bother me. Me no owe no one apology. You know say she know they bother nobody. Me, I know they let nothing to bother me. I know they let nothing to bother me. Me no owe no one apology. You get me? Me nobody tell me nonsense, my nigga. Streets is so cold, my nigga. Me nobody come try cry me a river.
DJ Kingston. Follow him on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter at VDJKingKingston. For bookings, call him via 0742 565 300.
Ladies and gentlemen, they can be real boy. Baby, can I give you my wish list? Can I give her my kisses to you? Cause she be my wish list. Oh, promise me that you are mine. Can I tap light from your light? I go make sure that you are fine. Gucci, Prada, and Dior. They don't die. Girl, you they blow my mind. I'm holding you for life. Anything money can buy. So baby, just decide. Girl, I know men ask come, but baby, can I try? Loving and money combine. You be my medicine. Only you are your body. If you love, we get money inside. Loving you till the morning. However you need, get call me. Relax the handy cuddling. Only you are your body. However you need, get call me. Loving you till the morning. As I don't blow. So many girls, man, they see these days. I place no one above ya. If I ever Jones, can no give me space. I can't seem fit to kill, man. I no go use to catch cruise. I no go play for fool. Yeah. Wherever you need me, however you need me, whenever you need me. Yeah, you they blow my mind. I'm holding you for life. Anything money can buy. So baby, just decide. Girl, I know men ask come, but baby, can I try? Loving and money come by. If you love me, get money.
DJ Kingston, the real party killer.
On Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter at DJ Bushmeat.
All because of you, I be on the phone all night long. Don't be smart when you do it to me. Oh no. I be on my business shop. Be
you be on my mind, shawty. Let me, all of my honey, kiss me to the cellular, kiss me to the phone. Can't you see I'm into ya? Can't you see I'm in love? Kiss me to the cellular, kiss me to the phone. Yeah, messing with my medulla, I can't talk alone. Oh no, no. Emiliano, 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 no. Emiliano, 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 no. You're one in Emiliano, 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 no. My Emiliano, 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 no.
Yo, ni bahati tena mtoto mama. They call me the ghetto president. Na unasikiliza mix za DJ Mkali, DJ Bushmeat, out of the Makufu Entertainment.
Like I know I see beat for real life, for real life. In a my condo, loving up your body in fast and slow-mo. If I hit you, it's my combo. Can you never ever let me go? Dancing kiss me to the cellular, kiss me to the phone. Can't you see I'm into ya? Can't you see I'm in love? Kiss me to the cellular, kiss me to the phone. Yeah, messing with my medulla, I can't talk alone. Oh no.
DJ Kingston.
Before the love came in, now you be so jacked. When around no send me, now I'm alone. Now you no send me, you just a pose. You just a popo me, you just a go. You know they answer me, ewo, ewo, kilo deo, ewo, kilo deo. City where they beg you, she bambi alamo Jenny. And you know say you find too. All the girls go they find you, all the guys gonna find me. Me I no fit attend to, me I no fit compare you. It'll be you, it be me. Normally I know they do like this, but nobody only. Don't be say I be John the Baptist. I got issues. Girl, I made you cry and I gave you tissues. After that I kissed you, then we made sweet love like we always do. Say I let you on. You said before long we were having fun. Then suddenly the love came in. Ewo, kilo deo. Ewo, kilo deo. Anywhere they beg you, she bambi alamo Jenny. And you know say you find too. All the girls go they find you, all the guys gonna find me. Me I no fit attend to, me I no fit compare you. I wish I said this before, but you're messing with my mind. Sing me songs, make some love, put your hands on my thighs. I know say you be hot cake, 100 yards off by my TDI. For me say I be hot cake, 100 yards off by my TDI. Ewo, kilo deo. Ewo, kilo deo. City where they beg you, she bambi alamo Jenny. And you know say you find too. All the girls go they find you, all the guys gonna find me. Me I no fit attend to, me I no fit compare you.
DJ Bushmeat.
My mind there for you, my heart beats for you. Every time when I think of you, I don't know. I feel loved again. I don't want to wait for days. Let me have you in my arms again, please. When they all said I can't have you, I proved them wrong, I came for you. And you are the anyone too. Mama, you know I still come through, Give me love, yeah. Forever, yeah. I just wish for your love. My mind there for you, my heart beats for you. Every time when I think of you, I don't know.
yellow hips separate the soul and spirit from body. Yeah, you take me heavenly. 2117, my head is spin, my dear that heavily. Say liar, liar, liar. Girl, I see me and you. Everything will consign you, consign me. Psychiatry, you cannot delete my. Girl, I see me and you. Everything will consign you, consign me. Psychiatry, you cannot delete our
when I wasn't young again. Shawty, you were trying to run on me. I've been going on my own. I've been doing things I know. Walked in when I wasn't young again. Walked in when I wasn't young again. Shawty, you were trying to run on me. I've been going on my own. I've been doing things I know. It's a day one, you running right back. Say the drama, you running off track. It's a one life, you tell me one life. One time, you tell me one time. Open your eyes, baby. Can you be wise, cause I'm a pride, baby. I'm on the way, I'm on the run, baby. Leave me alone, take it by now. I put you on it. Say you want chance to hold it on me. I feel I hold it back. Turn you right around, take it my way. So tell me what you need from me now. I'm not what you need to be now, cause I'm done with it now. No more damages now. Say, tell me what you need from me now. I know what you need to be now, cause I'm done with it now. No more damages, no more damages. Back then when I was a baby girl, I was yours and you were my world. Tell me what you wanna do for me now. Take you down and I will hold you to run my race, cause you run it right there. Run my race, cause you take it right there. I've been down, I've been running right there. I've been out, could you take it back there? Pull up tonight, I might be risky. Buy me stomach, forget the whiskey. But you still wanna get back with me. You trying to be the one and deal with. Don't got my phone, you're not a madman. You miss the way in not the one chance. I live my life, don't need you with me. Yeah. So tell me what you need to be now. I know what you need to be now, cause I'm done with it now. No more damages now. So tell me what you need from me now. You know where I need to be now, cause I'm down with you now. No more damages, no. Tell me what you need from me now. I know what you need to be now, cause I'm down with you now. No more damages now. So tell me what you need from me now. I know what you need to be now, cause I'm down with you now. No more damages, no.
Yo, ni bahati tena mtoto mama. They call me the ghetto president. Na unasikiliza mix za DJ mkali, DJ Bushmeat, out of the Makufu Entertainment. Bushmeat, pull it up.
I didn't fit it, but I rock it like a baby in a car. I put the water in the ocean in the city that I'm from. I like the room in the dark cause my blink is a touch. I watch fashion that's a day in the mirror that I saw. Shipping at the ball, we go ball. Flex it on. I go set to the front. No return. And when I enter the club, no day my front. Cause me I get it gone. No they do me wrong. Oh, I'm a fashion killer, yeah. I got much to deliver, yeah. When I pass you shiver, yeah. And my ass got thicker, yeah. I'm a fashion killer, yeah. I got much to deliver, yeah. When I pass you shiver, and my ass got thicker. Image, picture, a chandelier on my head. I see the diamonds wet everywhere. I know you see me drenched in finesse. Oh, resign. Think of it, a brown shirt and blue ribbon. Diamonds awakening every time I need it.
DJ Kingston.
Tell me why you they confuse me, oh baby. Your body too attractive, and the way I fall for you, it be like magic. Oh no, the way you did me, I could day, and I no go fit to come another day. Although I could call you my baby, and together we go there, we no go fade away. Why be saying that you in my mind? Say you no be option, no be lie. Oh yeah, make you run away, make you fly away. Oh no, no, no. Why be saying that you in my mind? Say you no be option, no be lie. Oh yeah, make you fly away, make you run away. So when you call on me, you don't say I go pull up on you. You don't say I go what? Call on me, you don't say I go pull up on you. Yeah, yeah, you know say I go pull up for you. And so we enter part 2. Stepping at the place, everybody confused. Everything move, I like proof. Smoke and booze, oh yeah, make you feel good. Oh, do, do. Now when you day, where I go day. And I don't go fit to come another day. Although I go to call you my baby. Now together we go there, we no go fade away. Why be saying that you in my mind? Say you no be option, no be lie. Oh yeah, make you run away, make you fly away. Oh no, no, no. Why be saying that you in my mind? Say you no be option, no be lie. Oh yeah, make you fly away, make you run.
You don't know your joke, yeah, you don't wanna fake it. If you wanna have fun, come on, buy a ticket. We will fly around the world, tell me I will listen. Cause you told me you was never leaving. Oh, music is mad, oh, I found me more I can to. Oh, nah, I no go feel no cause. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. If you can't now move, stand by, oh. Guy man no figure, guy man no. Should be you babo. Wine for the girl, then slow wine. Wine for the girl, then slow wine. Wine for the girl, then slow wine. Can't walk on outside. Wine for the girl, then slow wine. Wine for the girl, then slow wine. Wine for the girl, then slow wine. Can't walk on outside. Yeah, don't know the area, you can't even fake it. Jackie on your speakers, Party about to turn up, cause I am your missus. And you know, yes, you know that I can be an option. Oh, music is mad, oh, I find me more I can do. Oh, nah, I no go feel no cause. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. If you can't now move, stand by, oh. Guy man no figure, guy man
DJ Kingston. Follow him on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter at VDJ Kingston. For bookings, call him via 0742 565 300.
Girl, let me rock your body till the sun comes on. Let's make love till my song comes on. I give you my heart, oh, it's extra love. It be true love, I be see when I look in your eyes.
Ting-a-ling-a-ling, dancehall queen. Let me give you loving like an African king. You know what I mean? Fresh and clean. Body sweeter than a J down tangerine. You know I like that, I like that. If they thought you, I gon' fight back. Feeling like I'm on the right track. And nobody figure your matter the way you carry your matter, baby. I've been around the world 360, but I keep falling in love like me tipsy. I'ma send you flowers on the weekly. Might be gone till November. I'll be right back quickly for you.
Kingston.
I know fine like a that sound, but no big like a caterpillar. But baby, I get agenda. I wanna love you forever. Say you know they see my signal, because I'm loving you now. Now I you dead on my ginger. Say you they see, say I need them. When I move my body, make you move on. When I ask for money, make you give up. Yeah, baby, give up, yeah, give up. One left below, one left below. One left below, one left below. One left below, one left below.
We want to start in exactly 1 minute from now, so please make your way as we get ready for the afternoon session.
Say you go be my lover, and I wanted to ask you, baby, would you be there forever? Or you go waka 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 all the town? So you no go give me anytime I come around. Me I go give you anytime you come around. Baby, don't kill me, yeah.
You be like the for my life, you no be like at all. You give me love, oh, when me never feel before. You give me joy, oh my God, do I can get enough. You give me love, oh, when me never feel before. I'm coming clean, first time I'm feeling any jealousy. Don't give my secrets to my enemies. Oh, you know me, don't trust nobody. Oh, baby, you know me. You know me well. Anytime I kiss, I never tell. Oh, baby, hold me well. Why not for me, make I go?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the afternoon session, where we're all set for our session 6 this afternoon. But before we get things going, on your screens is a QR code that you may need to scan if you'd like to join the SEL membership, or if you have any questions about participation and joining. Our teams are at the registration desk. Please visit. Happy to take all the questions, but that is the QR code for anyone interested in joining. How was lunch? Good? Very long, yeah? Some people took off for a nap, yeah? I think the networking session was a bit too long. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, just to share a dashboard of our afternoon is set up. We will have 2 panel sessions, with the first one starting now. And then our last session starts at 3:30. So we have 2 panel sessions. Then we'll have a closing session that will take about 30 minutes. After which we shall have a bit of a break and transition to our gala award dinner that will be happening here from 7 o'clock. Okay? So we'll kick off things at 7 right here. So come represent and celebrate some of those innovative interventions that have been made in the industry. Excellent. I'd like us to kick things off for session 6, and this is on the question of enforcement of arbitral awards against African sovereigns and the regional perspective to this. This is the session that will be chaired by Mr. Lucas De Ferrari, who's a partner at White & Case from Paris, France. Mr. De Ferrari, if you could just make your way to the stage. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes. And I would also like to invite the members of your team to join you on stage. Excellent. So, Lucas, take it away.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this session on enforcement of arbitral awards against states in Africa. My name is Lucas de Ferrari. I'm a partner at White & Case based in Paris, and I specialize in international arbitration. So enforcement is often described as the last mile in the arbitration process. But in reality, it's often more a second marathon. Now, we're in Kenya, so maybe a second marathon doesn't sound all that problematic, but nevertheless, it can be when we're talking about legal proceedings. Enforcement is all the more difficult when it involves a state. That final stretch becomes legally complex, politically charged, and often unpredictable. Over the last decade, we've seen a steady increase in arbitration activity across Africa, not just in investor state, but also in commercial and construction disputes. Yet the path from award to recovery can remain very uneven. There are questions of sovereign immunity, questions of asset protection, political will, that all have an influence on this enforcement process. We're also seeing a number of interesting dynamics, third-party funding, more aggressive attempts at challenging awards on the basis of public policy, and also an increasingly sophisticated approach to asset tracing in various jurisdictions. Today's conversation brings together practitioners with deep experience across the continent. We'll be exploring macro trends, procedural and substantive questions, and we'll also be talking about the strategic tools that the parties can use to facilitate enforcement. So we are very lucky to have an all-star panel for this interesting discussion. So to my left is Professor Githu Muigai, who is a senior partner at Mohammed Muigai in Nairobi and a distinguished figure in public international law. Professor Muigai has served as Kenya's Attorney General from 2011 to 2018, and he has more than 30 years' experience handling arbitration proceedings. He's also a professor at the University of Nairobi's School of Law. To my extreme right is Adiola Agumbiade. She is a senior associate in the litigation group at Banwo and Igodalo, which is a top-tier law firm in Nigeria. She has been actively involved in resolving complex commercial disputes across various sectors, including construction, of course, but also energy infrastructures and telecommunications. To her left is Michelle Porter-Wright. Michelle is a partner and the head of dispute resolution at Baker & McKenzie in Johannesburg. She specializes in international contracts administration and dispute resolution, and she has notable experience in international arbitration. And finally, to her left is Ibrahim Shehata. Ibrahim is a partner at Shehata and Partners in Cairo. He has over a decade of experience in various areas of law, including arbitration. He holds an LLM from New York University, and he has been recognized for his high-profile work, particularly in the construction sector. So without further ado, let's start maybe with some macro trends and some key issues. So when it comes to enforcement of arbitral awards, particularly against states, what are some trends and some key issues that you've noticed over the years in your respective jurisdictions? Ibrahim, would you like to start us off?
Thank you, Lucas, for the introduction. Am I being too loud? I don't know. Okay, this is a very interesting conversation, and I'm happy to be here in this panel where we have like perspectives from East Africa, West Africa, South Africa, and Northern Africa. So it's could be quite interesting to see like how these perspectives differ from each other. In Egypt, there has been some trends in recent years, especially with respect to enforcement of arbitral awards against the Egyptian state. Historically, Egypt has been a frequent respondent in investor-state arbitration cases. So there's, I think, around like 45 or 46 cases that have been lodged against Egypt. Most of them are exit, so I think around 38 or 39 are exit cases, and the remainder are non-exit cases. Just as a background, as you know, like Egypt is a party to the New York Convention and is a party to the Exit Convention. Exit Convention relates to the investor state arbitration cases, while New York Convention is applicable to any and all arbitrations, including commercial and investor state, but usually they apply into the non-exit investor state arbitration. So out of these cases, like, you know, I think around 15 got settled between the Egyptian government and the foreign investor. Around 14 cases Egypt has won, luckily, and around 4 or 5 cases Egypt has lost. So that's an indication of how much it is important to know how to enforce an arbitral award against the Egyptian government, considering like the vast amount of cases that usually are filed against us in Egypt. There are two main developments that have occurred in the past like 6 years. So in 2019, there has been a decision to create a committee, a superior committee, for arbitration, and it's within the government. And basically, it requires any administrative entity and any state-owned entity before they go into a contract with a foreign investor to have the arbitration agreement reviewed by this committee. And also this committee will be in charge of ensuring that the drafting of the arbitration agreement is fair and balanced and doesn't impact the Egyptian government. This is a new requirement, and as per my interpretation, I would say this is an obligation on the government, so it's not an obligation on the counterparty, the investor. But still, it shows that the Egyptian government, because of the historical background and, you know, being respondent to so many cases, they are now being or trying to be very diligent when it comes to entering into any arbitration agreement with any foreign investor. So this is one development. Another development that was quite critical is an amendment of the Supreme Constitutional Court law. So this amendment basically says that the Supreme Constitutional Court now is one of its competences is to review the constitutionality of any decision issued by any organization or any tribunal or any foreign courts. And here there was a heated discussion about what tribunal means. Does it include arbitral tribunals or not? And of course, because we don't have any precedents yet on this specific article and it hasn't been triggered yet, we still don't know whether the Supreme Constitutional Court would go ahead and review the constitutionality of a foreign arbitral award. And there's another article in the same law that allows the Prime Minister to go ahead and request from the Supreme Constitutional Court to do this review, so it doesn't have to be ex officio or like, you know, to be done by the court itself. It can be done by virtue of a request from the Prime Minister himself. So these two developments taken together shows how much the Egyptian government is trying to make sure that they don't become a frequent respondent into investor state arbitration cases. And they're trying their best to make sure that they have enough grounds or enough ability under Egyptian law to try and defeat, like, you know, the enforcement of foreign arbitral awards. There's no yet applications of both decisions. The first decision is applied in practice, but we didn't see like anyone claiming that the arbitral award should be rejected or its enforcement should be rejected due to this specific requirement, either one. So we still don't know what will happen in practice, but this showcases, like, you know, the environment in the Egyptian jurisdiction at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ibrahim, for the Egyptian perspective. Maybe changing regions. Diola, would you like to comment on the situation in Nigeria and the region?
Okay, thanks, Lucas, and good afternoon, everyone. So from the Nigerian perspective, I think from the investment arbitration side of things, Nigeria, as far as I'm aware, hasn't been involved in so many ISDS cases. I mean, in terms of number, I know the number is less than 10, some of which were settled, and then there was one that was recent, the Inter-Ocean one, in which case Nigeria won. I know there are new cases against Nigeria involving, I think it's the Haji parties and some other Korean company, but those are still at very early stages at this time. But somehow there was a recent development last year. It wasn't an investment treaty arbitration. It wasn't an exit arbitration. Yes, investment treaty, but not an exit arbitration. The dispute arose from the China-Nigeria investment treaty of 2001, in which case some Chinese company had sued some subnationals of the Nigerian government, but somehow Nigeria was also dragged into that dispute. And they got an award and tried to enforce the award. They didn't try to enforce the award in Nigeria, tried to enforce in other jurisdictions where Nigeria had assets, including the UK, the US, France, and some other jurisdictions. But what is I think for present purposes, I think what is important from this case is that in that case, Nigeria had raised the defense of sovereign immunity in relation to enforcement against its assets. In fact, initially, it did raise some jurisdictional objection, which was thrown away by the arbitral tribunal, and then at some point tried to bring a setting aside application in England, because the seat for this arbitration was England, and then for whatever reason decided not to pursue it. Anyways, an award was given in favor of the